Damas y caballeros, Audi Summit for Progress dará comienzo en 10 minutos. Damas y caballeros, Audi Summit for Progress dará comienzo en 3 minutos. Rogamos tomen sus asientos. Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a Audi Summit for Progress. Con todos ustedes, Mónica Carrillo, presentadora, escritora y moderadora de este evento.
Hi, good morning. I won't come out till I hear people clapping. So, well, how you doing? Good morning. I was really eager to get to this date. So we're here. I'm going to introduce myself. My name's Monica Carrillo. Normally, you can see me as a news anchor. Normally, bad news, not my decision, but that's not a day today. And today it's a day in which we're going to enjoy it, we're going to get inspired, and only going to share with you some good news. I am extremely happy for it. So first of all, I want to thank you all for being here with us. Those of you who are here physically, we were also eager to share the same space and look at each other's face. And those of you who are on the side of the screen, so 9:47, in case you're following us via YouTube or LinkedIn. So, well, thank you very much for being here with us as well. And right now we are opening, which we hope to be the first edition of many editions of the Audi Summit for Progress. And we're doing it with a motto that's very special. It's very inspiring because, as I mentioned earlier, today is going to be a very inspiring day, which is ideas to start the future. And that motto focuses on the ability to develop great ideas that will we make a change in this world in which we have 7 billion inhabitants, amongst which we can find you and me. And I'm sure you have probably thought what progress means and also how to try to find innovative solutions for a better future. Ideas that take into account not just individual objectives, but also social and environmental objectives. Well, today's the day in which we're going to take all these matters into account, and we're going to try to find an answer. Because today, throughout the day, we're going to talk about how progress based on sustainability can help us change the future and shape the future. And to do so, we have an amazing agenda with speakers and experts that are extraordinary, and they're going to inspire us, and they're going to help us travel from the world of mobility to the world of people, from alliances and collaborations to the world of innovation, and of course the world of design, and all of it to try to find a better future. And well, today we are already changing the world, and I would like to welcome to open this summit Jose Miguel Aparicio, Director General at Audi Spain. He's a trained engineer. He's been in the car manufacturing sector for 25 years, and after he landed in the Volkswagen Group years ago, and he went through Seat and Skoda since 2018. He is the Director General at Audi. So let's welcome him with another huge hand, please, Jose Miguel. Good morning, Monica. Well, they're all ready for you now. Well, thank you for being with us. Well, thank you for inviting me. We know we really admire you at Audi, not just because you're an amazing anchor and host, but also as a writer. So thank you. I'm going to end up crying here, but well, thank you very much. And well, as I mentioned, you're going to enjoy it. It's going to be very inspirational. So let's start. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Audi Summit for Progress, and welcome if you're here physically in this amazing building in Madrid, the Cibeles Palace, and also those of you following us via streaming. First of all, I wanted to thank the mayor who opened this Congress with us, and he allowed us to use this space. I also wanted to thank all the people from our headquarters, ODAG, to Hendrik Venders, James Putvacher, and in general to all my team that's made this possible. The truth is, we find ourselves in a moment in which the world is changing at an amazing speed, and in fact, the pace at which things are happening, it makes it hard to actually digest them. And we find huge turbulences, and we see there are even wars and conflicts, and complex macroeconomic contexts and countries that are closing up, and a context that's limiting the scenario that's contributed to so much growth. And companies also have the responsibility to create an optimistic environment in which we're able to see that better future is possible. And that's the idea of the Audi Summit for Progress. The automobile has been it's been a provider of freedom for human beings, being free to move wherever you wanted or wherever you wanted. We cannot understand the progress of our society without the automobile. And the challenge today is to do it in a sustainable way, both from a social and environmental perspective. Automobiles have generated technology and quality jobs, and in Spain we know this better than anywhere else. And the challenge, as I mentioned earlier, and we saw it yesterday. Yesterday was the World's Climate Day. We have to do it sustainable. So the automobile is, like many other sectors, is in a time of transformation, and transformation that can be divided or understood around three main axles. First, sustainability, with the arrival of e-mobility and going from internal combustion engine to electric cars. And its objective isn't just to change the way in which you use cars, but in its production and at the end of its life cycle. We have to try to make sure that it's carbon neutral throughout its whole lifespan. And that's what we want to do in Audi in accordance with the Paris Accords. And then we are developing technology that will help us have completely autonomous cars. Today, data generation and technology are elements that are part of our vehicles already. And last, the latest kinds of mobility. Cities like in Madrid, we have to go beyond having our own car and owning a car to go towards ways that will allow us to use a more optimal and rational way of using mobility that can help us solve the congestion issues in big cities. And in Audi, we have the mission to shape the sustainable premium mobility of the future. That's our ambition. And to do so, we believe that we should be listening to what's happening out of the world of the automobile. We believe that by listening to innovators and thinkers who are generating the ideas that shape our world, we can also learn from it. And of course, listening to our clients. That's the objective of Audi Summit for Progress, to generate a space to reflect and share it with the rest of the society, so we are able to generate an optimistic environment that will help us find progress in the future. And we called this session Ideas to Start the Future. We at Audi believe that the future is a matter of attitude. And to learn from it, we have invited amazing speakers, international speakers and Spanish speakers. We have invited even teenagers who are innovating, and they're doing that with us. So I believe that the best thing we could do is just listen to them, and I'm going to give them the floor because I believe we have a very interesting day before us. So I hope you take advantage of it, you learn from it, and I hope it helps us build a better future. Thank you. Thank you, Jose Miguel, for your words. I'm also willing to be able to listen to the kids. And as you were saying, we have a day full of surprises, and we're going to start with a main speaker, and he's a true star. And I say it for a good reason. But before that, please. I realize I'm a bit formal sometimes and not that formal some other times, but I'm sure it's not going to be formal at the end. But please, if you can now close your eyes and imagine a place in which you can study and learn about technology, science, ethics, progress, design, and where students are able to share things that go beyond their field of expertise and collaborate. Have you got it? Are you there? Well, that place does exist, and it's called Singularity University. And today we have the honor of having with all of us Peter Diamandis, and the founder and of the university and also of the X Prize Foundation, an organization. It's a non-profit organization that manages challenges to foster technological development for the benefit of humanity. I'm sure you know him, but I'm just going to share with you, some things. And Fortune defining him as one of the 50 most influential leaders in the world. He has funded many high technology companies like Space Adventures or the Rocket Racing League. That's why I was saying he's a true star. Well, so he comes from beyond, and he's here to talk about his vision about the future of humanity and share with us some ideas to to change the world for at least 1 billion people. So, huge hand for him, please.
Hi, Monica. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be
They're all
here.
yours.
This is so beautiful. So,
We are delighted. I believe we chose the right building for the right speaker.
Thank you.
So you've got the
and
floor.
it's a pleasure to be at this Audi Summit on Progress. I spend my life talking about progress, about the future. So it's wonderful to have an automotive company take a lead there as well. So let's begin. I want to speak to you about positively impacting the lives of billions of people, the power that we have to change the world. If I were to ask you, what is the most important thing that we have as leaders, as CEOs, as entrepreneurs? If you looked at the best entrepreneurs, the best CEOs, the best leaders in the world, what was the most important thing they have? Was it their money? Was it their technology? Or was it their mindset? I would say that your mindset is everything. It's how you see the world. It's what you do with the information that you have. So how do we choose our mindset? And how do we shape our mindset? Well, our brains are neural nets. If you are learning about artificial intelligence, the way that we train a neural net, we have 100 billion neurons, 100 trillion synaptic connections. The way that you train a neural net in the computer world is you show it example after example after example. And your brain begins to get wired. I want to take a moment to show you how we're wiring our brains today. It's not something that I like. And then I want to show you how we should be wiring our brains. So tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people are wiring our brains every day by watching things like this.
Explosions, violence,
devastating missile strike.
war crimes, forced to flee their homes,
and torture, strict COVID lockdown, a triple murder, inflation,
human-caused climate change,
starvation, shipping gridlock,
30 tornadoes, touchdown,
fentanyl flooding into the U.S.
no signs of survivors.
$7 a gallon.
Approval rating now at the lowest.
There's no power, there's no water, there's no food, there's no supplies.
So my question to you, is this all that's going on in the world right now? Or perhaps, is there some good news as well? And I want to share with you and help you wire your neural nets to see the incredible world and the power that we have as entrepreneurs. So here's some data. If we look at the last 200 years, we have seen the number of people living in extreme poverty dropping through the floor. If you look at the number of people who are literate, who are able to read, it's been massively increasing, the number of people who can read on the planet over the last 200 years. If you look at the number of children dying before the age of 5, it used to be a coin flip where half of the children born never made it to age 6. We've dropped it from 42% down to less than 5%. At the same time, we've seen global life expectancy on the planet go from 35 to nearly 80, and it's still accelerating. The number of people with access to energy on the planet. Energy means the ability to read. It means the ability to have medicines and food has been increasing by billions. And then finally here, the number of people with access to internet has exploded onto the world. So there is incredible good news constantly. We just don't hear about this. So why is this happening? Why are these trends getting better? Is it better politicians? Are we getting smarter? Or perhaps, is it the impact of exponential technologies? The technologies that make the beautiful cars here and allow us to live our lives. You see, faster, cheaper computers are driving all of these exponentials, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, AR, VR, blockchain. And as computers are getting faster, these technologies are becoming more and more capable. And it's not just one technology, it's these technologies coming together, converging to create a world of abundance and opportunity. When I speak about exponentials, what does that mean, right? And our brains evolved on the savannas of Africa hundreds of thousands, millions of years ago. And back then, our world was local and linear. Nothing affected us that was not within a day's walk. And our world was linear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in 30 steps, you're 30 meters away in the back of the room. But the world that we're in today is not local and linear. Today, the world we're living in is global and exponential, right? In 30 exponential steps, you're not in the back of the room. You are 1 billion meters away. Put differently, you've gone around the planet 26 times. And the difference between the way we think linearly and this incredible explosion of exponential technologies is here. This is all of us. It's our shareholders, it's our customers, it's our kids. But this is the technology that we're creating. And it's this technology that's enabling us to touch and impact the lives of billions of people. We're single entrepreneurs who have a passionate and committed mind can say, I'm going to change the world. So, I think about technology as a force. Technology is a force that takes whatever was scarce and makes it abundant over and over again. I want to give you an example because it's important for the conversation we're going to have. What would you think of as more scarce than a perfect diamond? A 5-carat, 10-carat diamond, right? Flawless diamond. We've been taught it's very scarce. Well, it turns out that technology is enabling us to create perfect diamonds of whatever size you like. They're called synthetic diamonds. They take methane, water, and electricity, and they can make perfect diamonds that are 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 carats in size. I want to show you what a real diamond ring looks like. Right, so this is scarcity being turned into abundance. Let's look at another one that is known here as we look at the beautiful Audi vehicles. It's the abundance of energy. So it used to be that we would kill whales on the ocean to get whale oil, to be able to read at night. And then we began to ravage mountainsides to get coal, and then drill kilometers under the ground to get oil. Today, we're living on a planet that has more than 8,000 times more energy from the sun than we consume as a species. It isn't that it's scarce, it needs to be made into a usable form, right? And we have an explosion of solar coming on. In the US, in 2022, nearly half of all the electrical energy coming online is now solar. It went from something that was a small percentage to something now which is a dominant force. We're seeing wind power at brand new capacities. We're seeing gigafactories for massive battery productions throughout the US and throughout Europe. And of course, we have this extraordinary trend as the major auto manufacturers are investing hundreds of billions of dollars to electrify their fleets. We're going from a world that was once only petroleum-based and carbon-based to one that's electron-based. And guess what? The poorest countries in the world are the sunniest countries in the world. They'll become the net energy exporters. Let's talk about abundance of food. So today, there are technologies like stem cell grown meats that are allowing us to go from a single cell to growing fish or beef or chicken, not in the countryside, in downtown Madrid or Nairobi or Los Angeles. We're seeing a massive explosion in vertical farms that allow us to grow the food where it's consumed. We see in-farms in the Netherlands. We see Eco1, the world's largest vertical farm, now opening in Dubai. We are turning scarcity into abundance. We're reinventing how we produce our food to make it accessible, healthier, cheaper, more available, because we spend half of our food cost is travel to bring it from the farm to your table. What happens if the farm is down the street from you? One of my areas of passion is health. And how do we create an abundance of health? Health is a new wealth. There's no greater gift that you can give somebody than extra years of healthy life. So, some breakthroughs. Back in the year 2000, the cost of sequencing a single genome was about $3 billion, and it took 9 months. Today, it's $200, and it takes 7 hours. It's extraordinary. At the same time, 2 amazing women got the Nobel Prize 2 years ago for the discovery of CRISPR. This is the ability to literally go out there and edit your genome. The 3.2 billion letters of your life. If you have a genetic disease, you don't have to worry about passing it on or living with it, right? This is a single injection is able to cure this fatal liver disease, or a single injection able to cure genetic blindness. Our ability to only read the DNA, but to edit it, to transform it, is extraordinary. This is an incredible time we're living in. Another, imagine having an abundance of organs. If you need a heart transplant, a liver transplant, a lung transplant, today you have to wait for someone to die, probably in a motorcycle accident, right? And then hope that they have a match for what you need. There are a number of companies today that are being able to produce an abundance of organs for transplant. This approach from United Therapeutics takes a pig and is able to change the surface antigens and grow a pig that has the same genetic profile of your organs, and then transplant, because a pig's organs, heart, liver, lung, kidney, is the same size, and you get a lifetime supply of bacon as well. This is another device. This is Dean Kamen, who's built a machine at the Advanced Regenerative Manufacturing Institute. In one end of the machine goes a skin cell. It's created to induce pluripotent stem cells, and over the course of 2 months, it'll regrow a heart for you. We're talking about an extraordinary future where you can have a backup set of organs if you need. Beyond that, incredible work is going on, not only how to slow aging or stop aging, but reverse aging. A very famous Spaniard, Dr. Juan Carlos Belmonte at Salk, has been leading this work along with David Sinclair and George Church, being able to reverse the aging in elderly mouse. But it doesn't stop there, because we're now working on this in humans as well. I want you to imagine that your expectancy of how long you can live will begin to go from 80 to 100 to 120 and beyond. How does that change the way you see the world, what you think is possible? Every year, as part of my abundance community, I pull together a group and we go and we visit the top scientists around the planet to talk about the converging technologies of longevity, of age reversal. I want to share with you a short video of two of the smartest men I know, George Church and David Sinclair. They're at Harvard Medical School, the head of genomics, and listen to what they say about what might be possible, not in 50 years or 30 years or 20 years, in the decade ahead.
It is quite possible that some of the people alive today will see no upper limit.
Imagine having a treatment, perhaps a viral delivery of these three genes when you're 45, everything's good, you reach 50, biologically you can measure that, and then you get a course of doxycycline. 3 weeks later, many, if not all, parts of your body are rejuvenated, and then you reset the clock.
You reset the clock. Guess what? On an economic basis, there was a study done about 10 months ago out of Harvard, out of Oxford, out of London School of Business. And they said if we can extend the healthy lifespan by just 1 year of everyone on the planet, it's worth $38 trillion to the global economy. So what's it worth to you to have an extra 10 years or 20 years? This is a future of incredible progress. So I think about this, that the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities. Right? If you want to become a billionaire, help a billion people. This is the world that we're creating, a world in which the passionate, committed human mind can take on and solve any challenge. You know, I believe this, that the best way to predict the future is to create it yourself. Right? That's what we're seeing here in this beautiful gallery of extraordinary cars, creating a vision for the future that we desire. So I think about uplifting humanity. How do we meet the needs of every man, woman, and child on the planet? And it's really about what I call 10 to the 9th plus thinking, positively impacting lives of 1 billion people. And it's using these technologies to make food, water, healthcare, education, all of these things available at scale. So I want to share with you the way that I've been doing it, with purpose and passion. I asked myself the question, how do I inspire the best entrepreneurs on the planet to focus on solving the world's biggest problems? Because there's a lot of smart people with a lot of powerful technology and a lot of capital. It's about focusing them. And so 28 years ago, it's hard for me to believe that, 28 years ago, I created an organization called the X Prize. Our mission, to inspire and empower global community of problem solvers to create an abundant future for all. That's the mission. I'd like to do is show you a short video of what the X Prize does and then where we're going.
The X Prize Foundation runs incredible large-scale competitions around the world that set very clear, measurable, objective goals. The first person to build, demonstrate this capability wins the prize money, and the world gets the benefits.
Anusha Ansari is the CEO of X Prize, which sponsors competitions to solve the world's challenges.
Competitions and prizes can actually bring innovation to solve not just any problem, but really big, challenging problems.
I think we're about setting a high bar. You want to set a goal for people that's inspiring, but it's also hard.
When we're designing an X Prize, we're looking for something that is audacious and achievable.
Goals that are far beyond where the industry is.
Problems that the markets have failed to solve.
To help people really dig into their imaginations. Creativity is everywhere.
We don't care who you are or where you come from. If you're able to accomplish this task, you win, and that's it.
1,000 years ago, it was only the kings and queens who could do anything on a national or regional level. Today, it's all of us. Anyone who's truly passionate, driven by a massively transformative purpose, can go and make a change in the world.
We are leveraging the genius of people from all over the world.
The tinkers, the entrepreneurs, the engineers.
People who are not satisfied with the way things are and know that it can be better.
It's all around hopefulness. It's all about collaboration.
Prizes are not about competition, they're about impact. And there is no better and more powerful tool to do it, in our opinion, than a prize itself.
I've seen things go from a paper plane to an actual spaceship.
We've seen private spaceflight revolution.
$300 million invested in the lunar economy. Over 10 million kids integrated into STEM education.
Technology that increased the rate of cleaning up oil spills.
Technology to help keep people safe.
To make sure everyone is healthy.
Feeding people, educating people, cleaning the air, exploring the oceans or space. We're changing what people believe is possible.
We want to have an ideal future, and it's up to us to build it.
So no matter what challenge you want to solve, join us on this journey. Just don't be satisfied doing nothing.
The X Prize began with a 9-year-old dream I had of going into space. I was a kid during the Apollo program and watching Star Trek, and I gave up on going to space through the government program. I said, we need to be able to create commercial ships to take us there. And so I said, I'm going to create a $10 million prize and offer it to the first team who can build a spaceship that can carry you and me up into space, land, and do it again within 2 weeks. So we announced this competition. We had 26 teams from 7 countries around the world who went after this $10 million prize. They spent $100 million trying to win the prize. They're all optimists. They all thought they could do it. And we drove the creation. The winning team was purchased by Richard Branson to create Virgin Galactic and took the company public for $6 billion. On the back of this, we've driven the creation of a $1 trillion commercial spaceflight industry, right? Created the rules, the capital, the expectation that we can go into space. So by the numbers, the organization has launched about $300 million of prizes, additional prizes to solve other problems on the planet. $120 million has been awarded, and we have another $400 million of prizes in development. We've been getting 19-fold, 19 times the prize money is spent on average by all the teams trying to win the competition. So what have we done? We've done a X Prize for private spaceflight, one for reinventing how to clean up oil spills 300% faster, one for mapping the ocean floor, pulling carbon out of the smokestacks, the tricorder, and a private race to the moon that was funded by Google. So active today, this is an X Prize I love. It's going to be one next month. This is an Avatar X Prize. We're asking teams to create a robotic avatar where you're at home wearing a VR helmet and a haptic suit, and you're controlling a robot someplace else, and you feel like you're there, and the robot feels like you're there. We have a $100 million prize to pull gigatons of carbon out of the atmosphere, out of the oceans, onto the land. So what's next, and where are we going? Well, very close in the next couple of months to launching a wildfire prize. I live in California. My family lives in Greece. Friends live in Australia. Been devastated by wildfires. And you know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. Well, we have been fighting fires the same way and expecting it to change. It's getting worse. So what we're going to do is challenge teams to say, we want you to find a fire at the very beginning. And if it's bigger than 2 meters or it's moving, put it out in 10 minutes. Right? So it's about detection and extinction. And then one of my favorite prizes, which I'm very close to launching, hopefully in early 23, is an age reversal X Prize. We're going to ask teams to reverse the biological age of you and me by 20 years or more. Are you interested? Yes? So in skin, in muscle, in immune, in cognition, with a single treatment. This used to be crazy, right? The day before something is truly a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea. But today, these crazy ideas are being enabled. Why? Because of the passionate and committed human mind. You know, I believe we're living during the most extraordinary time ever in human history. There's never been a time more exciting than today, perhaps tomorrow. It's a time where individuals can make a massive difference. What is in your heart? What is your purpose? What is your mindset? Right? What change do you want to create in the world? As I said on the video, it used to be only the kings and the queens who could change maybe their city, maybe their country. Then it was the industrialists. Today, it's any one of us who are driven by a passion and a purpose who can change the world. And today, if you truly desire, you can impact the lives of 1 billion people. It's an amazing time and an amazing responsibility. Now, the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities. And as I teach at Abundance 360 and Singularity University, you want to become a billionaire? Help 1 billion people. It's a beautiful time to be alive. Please remember the power that we have to do good. And remember the importance of having a passion and a purpose in your life. If you'd like a copy of these slides, please share them. You can just take a photo of that and it will download it to you. I put out a tech blog every week. It's an honor to be here. Thank you to Audi. Thank you to this incredible Summit for Progress. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I told you it was going to be inspiring. We are going to be meeting people today that are already changing the world, such as Mr. Diamantis. It is important to change the world, but we're also proposing the following: to place people in the center, as Audi's philosophy states, living progress. But when we think about the future, we think about many sectors, many topics, but now we're going to be focusing on mobility, the mobility of the future, shared and artificial intelligence, machine-to-machine, applied to vehicles and city, smart, sustainable mobility so that our cities are more accessible, sustainable, so that we can experience these changes in cities such as Madrid. How can we place people in the center of this future mobility? And during this first block, we will be talking about innovative trends in sustainable mobility with specific examples. Our next guest will take us to the future of mobility. He will be talking about social needs that make us ask many questions on this sustainable mobility and the main trends. Carlo van der Weijder, he's the General Director of AI Systems Institute. He's also an advisor of important companies, so let's give him an applause. Carlo, welcome.
Muy bien, gracias.
We're eager to hear.
Así, yo hablo un poco de español,
I
pero
speak
no lo
a
suficiente
little
para presentar
Spanish,
en
but
español.
not enough to be
Así
able to
que
make my presentation in
cambiamos a
Spanish.
inglés.
So I will
Lo
switch
siento,
to
lo
English.
siento. As Monica probably just told you, I am working with students most of the time of the week. And the unique capacity of the students, and that's the real joy of working with students, is that they have this unique capacity to come up with the most stupid ideas. And just as Peter told you a couple of minutes ago, we like that because we know the breakthrough of tomorrow was the crazy or even the stupid idea of yesterday. Now, a lot of people mistakenly turn that around. They think that most stupid or crazy ideas will be a breakthrough. And that's not really true. Most crazy ideas are indeed very crazy or even stupid ideas. And you just have to look a little bit in the history of predictions of the future of mobility, and you can see what people thought of that mobility was about around this time. This didn't really happen. And also, you see the monorails, you know, they didn't really leave the amusement parks. And also the covered cities, you know them, so that everybody can have the climate of Madrid, you know, that was an invention of the ages. We didn't really make it. And here you see this big tube with a vacuum. 100 years ago, we had this vacuum tubing system in thought. That would be the future of mobility. And nowadays we have the Hyperloop, so it's again the future of mobility. And I think in 100 years it will still be the future of mobility. But this one, the individual flying. Human beings always dreamt about individual flying. That was the future of mobility. And now again, we see all kind of futuristic dreams of having drones for individual taxis. I would like to have one, but I don't think that if a substantial part of the traffic here in Madrid would be replaced by drones, you would see about 60, 70,000 drones in the air in the morning peak traffic. That's not a better Madrid. I prefer the congestion above that. So that's not really the future. And another futuristic vision about mobility is that we don't have to be mobile anymore because we can just print out all the stuff that we need. So that's a kind of new vision. Why would you go out if you just print the stuff that you need? To my point of view, that's some kind of utopia. You just buy a 3D printer, you 3D print a 3D printer, and then you just bring back the 3D printer. Now, that's not really the future of mobility, in my point of view. But let me start with something that is quite certain to happen also for the future. This is something that I dare to ask. These are three constants all through history that also will happen in the future. The first point is that we are mobile by design. A lot of people say that mobility is just a purpose to get from A to B. But that's not true. Mobility is a purpose on its own. Everybody always had to be mobile. Like you saw in the pandemic, when all the food was brought to you and you could work from home, people just wandered around or take a ride just to get to this 1 hour of biological programmed mobility behavior. The other thing is very constant, is that we spend 13 to 15% of our budget. So that's 1/7 of the economy we spend on mobility. And that's excluding transport. And the third one is that we just go faster and faster on a very continuous level. Let me comment shortly on these very important things. The reason that we are mobile for 1 hour and 15 minutes, and some say 1 hour and 6 minutes, there's a little bit of a discussion on the scientists, is that somewhere in evolution, we had to leave our cage of our caves just to make sure that we could do the hunting and gathering and get our food. But walking around all day was not a sensible way of using your energy. So we ended up by evolution for 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's why your doctor says you have to do 10,000 steps, because that's what we walked about. It's about 8,000 steps. That's most healthy. Your body is engineered for that. This is just one of the many researchers. And you see from poor countries to rich countries on the right, it doesn't matter where you measure, when you measure, there's several decades. It's always a little bit more than 1 hour that we're mobile. That makes us most happy. The only thing is that we are mobile, but we go farther and farther. Just for one country, you see that independent of the modality that we choose. So we tamed horses in the beginning, then we invented trains, then the cars and the planes came on. We kept on going farther and farther, which is a good thing. We meet other people, you can choose other jobs. So our range is continuously growing. And itself a good thing, but it comes at quite a high cost. Because the mobility system at this moment is far from sustainable. There's all kind of stuff happening. There's a lot of people dying in traffic. We have the congestion, we have the pollution, we're depending on fossil fuels. All this kind of stuff costs an enormous amount of money. The societal cost range from 3% to 6%. 3% for developed countries, 6% for developing countries. So we have to act here. The societal damage is too huge. And if you ask for the technology, there is already a lot of happening. Let's start with this automotive case that everybody talks about. All cars should be connected, autonomous, shared and electric. And this is a vision of most people, that in the future you do not own a car, you just order one, it comes drive in front of you, it doesn't have a steering wheel, it's just a robo-taxi, it has a mood detection, which is a very nice feature if you're in a bad mood. It starts telling you that you're in a bad mood, you don't want that. But anyhow, it adapts the color scheme to make your life a little bit more bearable. And the system will automatically route you to the fastest way. And of course, always a drone comes flying in if you talk about the future. I just want to summarize my vision on this one, because it's too lengthy. Today, I want to just shortly give you, to try to take the sense and the nonsense of all these developments that we are expecting. I think connected it's a prerequisite. All your systems should be connected. Like if you have a product, if somebody else has more data about your product than you have, they will run off with the profits, etc., and you will be commoditized. So any system in the future will be connected. Autonomous, yes, but hardly driverless. I'll tell you why. Shared is an interesting yet marginal phenomena. People will not exchange their own car, or just in the margin, some city dwellers might do so. But it's not that we're going to exchange our own car for a shared car, and electric is the biggest disruptor. Let me start with this self-driving. Self-driving is, of course, a huge market and a huge promise comes from that. And Google said that in 5 years, this was a vehicle designed by Google. It's such a self-driving vehicle, a kind of horizontal elevator. You get in at a certain moment, you get out at a certain other place. Now, Google said that in 5 years, nobody will buy a car anymore if you just can order a ride. Why should you buy a car? The thing is that they said this 14 years ago, and it didn't happen yet. I want to start with one argument which I really share with them. And that is that robot cars in due course might be much safer, because people make the accidents. We are constantly looking at our smartphone. Some people get drunk while driving, and we make mistakes, and we also do not follow traffic rules, and this machine always follows traffic rules. And that's a kind of a problem. Let's put this car in real life. And for that, I take you to my capital, Amsterdam, and let's see how the official rules are. This is an average street in Amsterdam, and if you're on this street, you have priority over the cars that come from the right. So the car that comes from the right has to wait until there's no bicycle anymore. But have you ever been in Amsterdam? There's no time during the day that there's no bicycle. So in Amsterdam, we have an informal rule how this works. So this car is just pushing a little bit and see how people react. And at a certain moment, there's still no place, and you give it an extra meter, and that's an informal. Nobody gets angry, because we know this is how it's going, and at a certain moment, you just close your eyes and you go. That's the informal rule. Another informal rule says that if a white van enters, you do not cross the road, because white vans don't stop. And this is a scientific, very interesting thing. Nobody is clearly following the rule here. Look at the lady in the red dress. She has priority, but she's, okay, you go first. Yeah, bicycle comes in, and everything happens without any accident. Having said that, big accident over there. But because everybody is very careful, you see they're still friendly, nobody crashed, they still function, and she decides that biking is not so much her thing. Now, if you would put a self-driving car in this traffic, it probably will park itself and starts crying very loudly. And a lot of people say okay, we just have to wait until all the cars are automatic. And we also have to automate the bicycles. And maybe even the people have to be connected or something. But then this crossing will really not perform as well as it does here. This functions just as society because people color outside the lines. Most people do not know the official rules. Nobody knows if an electric wheelchair should be there. But she just makes up her own rules. And here's an Audi, that's always the Audi, and said, oh no, I have an Audi, I have priority. Yeah. I show you this because I'm quite convinced that in due course, artificial intelligence will also be able to handle these kind of situations. And they grasp the idea and they know, okay, but then we should allow artificial intelligence to also pass the rules and not follow the rules. And that's a very dangerous area. To my point of view, if you talk about the machines and humans relation in the future, let the machine do the coloring inside the lines, and our added value will that we can think outside the box and color outside the lines without things going out of the hand. So the point is that I think we can make fully sustainable driverless cars, but I don't see the added value. I don't see the business case. Most people say okay, then you can use your productive time. And now you're just sitting in your car, getting bored, and then due to automation, you can talk about profitability with random strangers, which is a very awkward situation. I don't know if that really improves the situation. Or it can bring your children to school. Now, first of all, children should bike to school. They should use a bicycle. And second, if this is the last 10 minutes that you still have contact with your child, do you also want to outsource this to technology? I don't think that's an improvement of the situation. Other things that people say, it makes the elderly mobile again. And that's maybe an argument, because now finally these old people can go to villages or other, etc. But I don't think driving is the problem there. There are, in any country where I've been visited to, there are numbers of volunteer services that do not only do the driving, but also helping them in and out and a little bit of social. And these volunteers are by outnumbering the number of people that need this kind of services. Because they want to have their 1 hour and 50 minutes mobility, they do not mind to drive around for free. How can a driverless car be better than such a system? But, and I really think the driverless cars are not the future of mobility. But this one argument about the accidents, 95% of the accidents happen because of people. But here's the point. If we have cars that can drive safely enough, better than human beings, why would we limit that technology for driverless cars and not also apply that technology to cars that are driven by human beings to assist the people in preventing accidents? And that's the point of view. I think accident-free cars are the future of mobility. And this is a cooperation between man and machine, where actually the machine makes sure that you don't make an accident. And in the beginning, these systems are quite irritating and you shift them off. But at a certain moment, they get better and better, and without you noticing, they save your life a couple of times per day. So you take this curve, there's an oil stain, and the car just corrects, and you don't have an opinion what's happening, and you say, oh, I'm such a good driver. That's the best system. That's the best system. And it's already shown that most of the accidents that happen today could have been prevented by technology that's already on the shelf. And you see this with statistics. These are the year of the incident and the number of the cars. You see that the newer cars hardly make any accidents. And this is research from 2013. It's now being updated, and you will see that newer cars hardly make any accidents. And having said that, if cars can drive themselves, they will first do this in the most nasty situations, like traffic jam driving. My car drives itself in a traffic jam. Since then, I do not mind traffic jams so much anymore. For me, the congestion problem is solved. Not because the congestion is solved, we can never solve congestion, but the problem is solved for a big part. And that's a huge comfort. And also, in the long time, you will see also the longer stretches, then your car can take over. And that makes driving an even better experience. Look how happy this woman is with their new function. The big risk about this is that we're going to love our cars even more than we did before. And there's an extra argument why I think that cars will be more popular, despite what everybody says, that the youth don't want cars anymore, and we already arranged car peak, etc. No, they're going to be even more popular, and this also has to do with the electrification. So they're going to be more comfortable, and electrification is going to happen. We're going to get rid of fossil fuels. That's a fact. If you look at it on a time scale of 1,000 years, of a couple of thousand years, this is our fossil fuel use. So we better end it sooner than later. And electricity will happen for the single reason, as I'm showing here. An electric car has about 200 components, out of which 20 rotate or oscillate. A classical car has about 1,400 components, out of which 900 oscillate. So they're going to be cheaper in maintenance, they have less components, they last much longer, and that all will bring the price down. There's only one very expensive component in the battery, in the electric car, and that's the battery. But for simple scale reasons, if you make twice as much of a certain product, the price goes down with 15 to 25%. That's Smith's law. So make just more of it, and the price will go down, and that's exactly what we are seeing now. And that means that in due course, and I think that's already happening in a couple of years from now, without all the subsidies, the electric car will become much cheaper. And Roland Berger consultant once scared the automotive industry by claiming that there will be a car, order of magnitude cost price, 100 euros per month, including tax and insurance. That's maybe a little bit exaggerated, but that's where we're heading. Actually, that cheap cars. And this scares the automotive industry, but this is two things. I said in the beginning that people spend 13 to 15% of their budget on mobility. That means that with 100 euros per month cars, more people have access to cars. But on the other hand, people that have a higher budget will spend much more on the cars. And this is an important lesson for any industry. And at Singularity University, I think Peter came up with these 6 Ds. I'm also a faculty member there. But we call it the 6 Ds of digitization. Mostly happened with digitization. The first product is not so impressive. It's the biggest digital camera of the beginning were this big, so not too impressive. But then when it comes very fast. And you see all less material, less components, dematerialization, demonetization says here, and democratization. Everybody can make use of it. We don't need CDs, we don't need encyclopedias, less material, so everybody has access to all music and all information. And here's an important thing. With music, I spend a lot of my budget to music. My children have music for free. Yet they spend a similar amount of their money to going to festivals and concerts. So the thing itself gets almost free, and you shift the value to experience. So experience is going to be more important even in the future. Same happened to food. It was 70% of our economy, and now, and Peter already showed that, we have abundance of food already. Coffee, nice example. Coffee was only for the rich people. Nowadays, the coffee itself costs 10 cents, and we pay €3.75 for a Frappuccino, gluten-free, with an extra shot of caramel with your name written upon it, and it makes us happy because of the experience. And that's also in mobility. It will shift towards experience. The last thing I want to tell you, that I do believe that we are heading, thanks to the huge power of technology, to an almost inherently safe and clean and sustainable kind of mobility. So we will solve most of this one. We have the non-exhaust pollution that we still have to solve, coming from tires, etc. There's a bit of noise. But this problem, the use of public space, will become even bigger. Because this is something that went wrong in history. And you can see it when you go through Madrid. There's too much of the surface of the city is just reserved for mobility. As if you would decorate your house as such. 50% of the city is reserved for mobility. And if you do this, then the next phase will certainly look like this, and the next phase will like this. And when there's available parking spot, people are more and more creative in finding the last available transport, and a little bit aggressive as well, and you got that filled in as well. So we have to act there. We have to think, is the kid playing on the street, or has the car entered the playing area and the playgrounds? What's actually, where are these streets for? This also shows the mistaking experiment. This is how the streets are nowadays. That's what we have done. And Fred Kent already said that if you plan cities for cars and traffic, you will get cars and traffic. If you plan it for people and places, you get people and places. And I am from a bicycle country. This is our prime minister visiting the king, and he goes on a bicycle. And that's not a PR stunt. This is how this guy really is. I don't know why he locks it with the royal guards in front of it. There's low trust in the police, but okay. This is what it is. And this is what you see happening all around the world at this moment. Oh, wait a minute. This is, in the old days, we were not a bicycle country. This is the same camera position. And it's not only Amsterdam. You see this happening all around the world. You see it in Vienna, in Lisbon. Madrid will follow as well. More room for the active modalities. But that doesn't mean, even LA is coming. It doesn't mean that the car will disappear. We just have to hide them better. At this moment, we're talking 2022, Amsterdam has 3 times more cars than they had in the 70s. So for some reason, we just managed to be more sensible from it. So I just want to end from where we're heading. Are we just continuing this enormous growth? If you would ask me, I think the cars will still be there. They will be fully sustainable, they will be more comfortable, will become cheaper, so there will be even more growth in cars. But I think the two-wheelers, especially in urban areas, will take over most of the cities. Aviation will also continue to grow, and the railway, oh, wait a minute, and the railway is down there. It has a problem in justifying the enormous cost. So the total mobility will just go up. That means people will not take less mobility for granted. So we have to solve all the sustainable issues, and we are going to solve all the the sustainability issues that we have. Therefore, I like it so much that Audi organizes these kind of summit for progress. We need this kind of Vorsprung durch Technik, as they used to call it. We need a little bit more progress, and we also have to have the new ideas to start this future. And let's hope a few of these ideas, and it might start with a very strange and even stupid idea, but we need some breakthroughs in order to go to this sustainable future. So let's start the future and start discussing these options. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlo, for this summary on the latest about sustainability. The truth is that we're getting to a very interesting moment because, of course, I'm a journalist and you can see some couches here. I'm going to bring a few people with me, a couple of people with me, and we're going to chat for a while. Allow me to introduce them first. First, we've got Adam Baidawi, I'm director of the global editorial at GQ. And we know how they're working on how to incorporate sustainability into their process, and something very important, how they are inspiring their readers to be more sustainable. And I would also like to invite here on stage Henrik Wenders, Chief Marketing Officer at Audi AG, to also try to understand how Audi is and the car manufacturing sector is getting transformed. So please, huge hand for them. Adam and Henrik. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
So the audience here for you, and they're very kind. So please, if you can come with me to my chairs, I will ask you some questions. Thank God. Well, we've already had several speakers say that we've heard people talking about disruption or disruptive. I think this is very interesting, and in fact, Mr. Diamandis mentioned that we need a disruptive mindset that can help us transform the life of people. Which innovations can you contribute with? In fact, when I went through the door and I saw the Sky Sphere, I must recognize that my head exploded really. Just thinking about how the future is going to look like, Henrik. I guess that's what you mean when you talk about something being disruptive.
That was actually the same experience when we were looking at the Sky Sphere first time at our headquarters in Ingolstadt. So it was mind-blowing, and that's, I think, what is it all about. To be a bit blown away by our own mindset and by the opportunities we are having as human beings. And this is the reason why I fully agree with Peter saying it's all about mindset. Because we are all human beings, we know ourselves quite a while, and we are not doing, not creating, not shaping if we are not applying the right mindset, which is driven by curiosity, instinct, passion, optimism. And once you apply it, once you do that, then you are ending up with great solutions like the Audi Sky Sphere concept.
And Adam, in your case, I guess you also believe that we need this disruptive mindset in your sector, right?
Absolutely. I think this era of culture that we're in right now, and you could argue every era of culture, is won by the radicals and the optimists. And so much of the work we do at GQ and more broadly at Condé Nast is about being thoughtfully radical. I just touched on briefly about the opportunity that's at our feet, and we can see it incredibly clearly. Culture has moved like this far away from our lives. We're so interconnected. There's such an ability to get messages straight to people, straight to consumers, straight to thinkers, straight to disruptors. And with that comes the opportunity to say, hey, it has never been simpler, clearer, or easier to share the things we really care about. And right now, it's about seizing that opportunity as brands, as people, everyone.
That's very interesting, because what makes a brand be ready for the future, Henry? Because, it's great to think about having a disruptive mindset, but when do you know that you're ready for what's about to come?
I think there should not be any brand with us in the future to come, which is not having a solid strategy in place featuring E, S, and G. right? So no cooperation should exist, because you have to have a very solid and very clear plan with regards to the environment. Because as we all know, we need to get rid of CO2, we need to decarbonize as fast as possible, because climate change cannot be postponed. When looking at us as human beings and look at societies, I think there's a gigantic room for improvement on how to improve people's lives and the behavior, how we are dealing with each other as human beings, as a society, which is the reason why we have a clear program in place with regards to the environment, so with regards to decarbonization, including closed loop cycles and so on and so forth. Then we do have a very clear agenda with regards to social impact, so inclusion, diversity, education, and then of course last but not least the G, the governance, also very important, because in this transformation decade we are living in, security is key, especially in our world where we are connecting next generation smart devices, formerly known as cars, with the internet. You better want control, because you don't want to have someone hacking your car and or taking over your steering or what have you. So data security, personal data, so is of utmost importance. So this is the reason why, in a nutshell, I think no corporation should exist which is not having a solid and clear agenda with regards to E, S, and G, and that's what we are doing at Audi. We are living sustainable progress. So, and that's the reason why we are covering the entire value chain, as just mentioned.
And Adam, what about your case?
I'm smiling because Henrik just then so elegantly, so effortlessly summarized what it's going to take to succeed in the future as a brand, period. I think everyone here in this audience can think of a brand that held on to the past for a bit too long and died, right? To be built for the future, you have to be ready to embrace a future paradigm, and you have to be willing to accept that what got you to this point, as an individual, as a company, whatever, what got you to this point is not going to take you to the next point. And with that comes a need to embrace new paradigms. One of my favorite expressions I read from Naval Ravikant is easy choices, hard life. Hard choices, easy life. The brands and the individuals that sit here today and make the challenging decisions when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to inclusivity, when it comes to challenging their revenue sources and the way they operate, those brands that are willing to make challenging decisions now will be the brands that succeed in the future.
You just asked me regarding the future, and you just touched the past. And that's something I would like to comment, because by today, the brand Audi is 112 years, 6 months, and 1 day old. And I'm glad that we're having this one day here at this Audi Summit for Progress in order to leverage the past, leverage all the technology, and leverage all the know-how, because we are the best educated society living on planet Earth. There was no society before having endless access to information and solutions. And that's the reason why we set up this summit, to meet like-minded people, to discuss the future and to shape it. And we have everything at hand to do so. And so therefore it's great to leverage the past by, of course, applying a future-oriented mindset to the fullest.
And also a bold and a brave mindset, as Adam was saying as well. And that's why we're here today, just to try to move our minds a bit. So, Henrik, what's the idea that Audi has on the future of mobility? Let's go to something a bit more specific.
I mean, as just said, we're 112 years old. And during the entire journey, we kept on shaping mobility in all different forms, shapes, and in order to provide amazing experiences. And we keep on doing so. We keep on shaping the future of premium mobility by leveraging the technology and by leveraging also the digitalization, which is the reason why I'm calling them the next generation smart devices on wheels, formerly known as cars. So perfectly
formerly known as cars. I love that.
And perfectly embedded in your lifestyle. We are all connected, and there are certain expectations coming with that. And we need to provide certain solutions because people are moving into cities. So by 2030, we will be able to count 43 mega cities. People love in cities. So you have congestion, so we have to provide solutions on everything so that you have mobility on demand and everything needs to take place on a CO2 neutral footprint. So this is why we are incorporating everything. So we are covering the entire value chain when looking at it from a holistic standpoint. So we were the first ones holding CO2 workshops with the entire supplier team because we are talking about 14,000 suppliers in 60 different countries. So since 2018, we are holding CO2 workshops in order to reduce their CO2 footprint already when they start producing products, items delivering to us. So, and then we are decarbonizing our entire production ecosystem. And we are an automotive company. We are having plants around the world, and we are decarbonizing them. And we call this Mission Zero. And I'm amazed by the progress we see there already, because the first CO2 neutral plant we were having operating CO2 neutral on balance was the plant in Brussels in 2018. Then the next one was Győr in Hungary, the next one Böllingehöfe. So all e-trons driving here in Madrid today, they are coming out of a plant ecosystem which is operating CO2 neutral on balance. And you need a lot of energy to produce a car. So it's a gigantic effort to make it, but it's possible. So when you ask yourself, where are the largest photovoltaic systems installed? On our roof. So the first one was Brussels, 160,000 square meters of photovoltaic panels, harvesting the sun in Brussels, Europe, to power a plant. Then Győr. Then we installed closed loop cycles for water. So we are saving per year, comparing to the past, 1.7 million cubic meters of water per year. That's 1.7 billion liters of water we are saving per year already. And then out of this production ecosystem, you get electric cars, which you can use without emitting CO2. So for me, I'm driving the e-tron GT, yeah, so I can enjoy the most beautiful form of mobility, yeah, in a product which is coming out of a CO2 neutral ecosystem. I'm charging it with green energy, so I can enjoy the most beautiful form of mobility without harming you, your life, your planet, yet enjoying myself. And that's what we are understanding when defining the future of mobility, and this future is with us already. I call it a win-win situation, because
Have you got a date? Specific date? Some sort of a final date to have all your plans?
So, I mean, of course, we have very clear dates. Yeah? So, by 2025, we will have all Audi plants operating CO2 neutral on balance. So, it's 80%. So,
That's 2 years.
It's the day after tomorrow, exactly. So we have achieved 80% already. So, and by 2025, the last ones are completed. So all Audi plants are going to operate CO2 neutral on balance already. By 2025, right now, we're having 8 electric cars in the portfolio. By 2025, we are going to talk about more than 20. So within this decade, we are transforming from an internal combustion engine environment into a pure electric environment. We made this commitment already. So as of 2026, we are going to launch electric cars only. So by 2030, by the beginning of the 2031, 32, 33, so the entire portfolio is going to be electric only. So after 112 years, within just 10 years, we are transforming the entire organization, the entire infrastructure, the entire portfolio in order to operate completely carbon neutral, as we are committed based on the Paris Climate Agreement already.
It's really impressive.
Yeah.
It truly is amazing. And Adam, how are you doing in the publishing world? How are you incorporating sustainability?
Well, Condé Nast, as many of you will know, is the world's greatest luxury publishing house. You know, we publish GQ, Vogue, Vanity Fair, And we play a huge role in influencing not only culture, but the fashion industry as well. And one thing we had to grapple with is that the fashion industry and fashion media, not unlike mobility, had some unique challenges when it comes to its track record on sustainability. We have not been perfect. And rather than being too loose or declarative or patting ourselves on the back by posting something sexy on Earth Day, we sat down as an organization in 2020 and we laid out some real, hard, concrete targets anchored by a goal to be completely carbon neutral by 2030. And in the 2 years since we began that journey, we've reduced single-use packaging in our print products by 87%. Our greenhouse gas emissions is down almost 60% globally in just 2 years. And every single Condé Nast building in Europe is run on 100% renewable energy. And actually, Condé Nast Spain, which is just down the road here, was a pioneer in that. So we've made really amazing progress, but I think it was only a success to date because we moved beyond niceties, we moved beyond what sounded sexy, and we moved to really hard, granular, measurable goals. And I think, if you ask me wholeheartedly, like 6, 7 years ago, Adam, do you think your industry is doing enough? Do you think your company is doing enough? Are you proud to be there? Are you proud to be a company that's so future-leaning? I would have said, no, we're not good enough. But today, I'd say that we're leaders in our sector, and we've made incredible progress, even if I think it's a little bit behind schedule. We need to keep being aggressive with that. I'm really, really proud that we moved beyond the niceties and to something very, very specific.
And I believe that the biggest surprise is probably that citizens are thankful for it. Because beyond finding those barriers, well, the audience is increasingly feeling that we need to change, and that change has to be imminent so we can achieve and make sure that the planet survives. So, which are the main barriers you have found?
I mean, I think you just touched it, which is us, the human beings, right? So, on the one hand, we have all solutions at hand, we have all information with us, yet our learning curve is not the best, I would say, as human beings. So therefore, the greatest barrier is us, the human beings, because we need to drive the change. And that's the reason why we're having this Audi Summit for Progress, in order to meet with like-minded characters, and it needs all of us, your interest, your understanding and your support to drive change and understand that every single contribution counts. And because the more we are, the greater the impact will be. And finally, the society is understanding, all right, if we are not getting rid of CO2 very fast, we have a gigantic issue. So this cannot be postponed. And this is why we need to understand the difference between high impact and low impact, and looking for solutions. And as I said at the beginning, it's all about the mindset. And of course, us as companies, as corporations, we need to provide solutions. So we need to provide solutions where everything is built in already, so that the audience is willing to go for it. So it's both. It needs the interest by the audience, the interest by the society to understand why is change so dramatically important. And on the other hand, all corporations with a clear ESG strategy need to provide the solutions. And then we are talking about a win-win situation. The society is remaining on the experience, comfort, luxury level where it is today. And at the same time, we're getting rid of something very dangerous and improve us as human beings in terms of society. And then the future is going to be great.
Is it easy to inspire them, to inspire citizens?
I think we're trying our best, right? So this is why we are here, right? And this is what this summit is all about. And every voice counts. And again, we have the solutions. And I was listening to Peter's presentation, and I loved his statement, because the biggest challenges can be the world's biggest opportunities, and we have to see it as an opportunity. And we have everything we need, we just have to do it.
I think I agree with everything you just said. I think you could add one very, very important thing, which is that a luxury brand like Audi or like GQ has untold ability to influence people, right? It's baked in. People love what we do. They love the products we make. We are really, really good at making ideas, products, paradigms sound sexy and engaging and fascinating. And I think we always have to remember our ability to persuade, because, you know, consumers have been bombarded 2, 3, 4, 5 years by, you know, Instagram posts on Earth Day or big declarative statements that kind of say something but kind of say nothing, and everything is very, very heavy and it's all laced with guilt, when in fact we need to remember that we have a very real ability to make a sustainable, planet-friendly, future-proof lifestyle super sexy and appealing, and we can communicate that. And I'll give you an example. For those of you who are familiar with fashion publishing, there is no bigger moment, not just in print traditionally, but also digitally, socially, on video, than September, right? September is the biggest month in fashion. And 2 years ago, in 2020, we took, you know, our biggest statement of the year as GQ, our biggest fashion statement, and we anchored it in a simple message, which was buy less, buy better. Now you can imagine there was a little bit of anxiety as we're...
Risky, right?
That's risky stuff. What will the clients say? You know, it's a pretty radical thing to come out and say, buy fewer things, just buy better things. But it was a huge success. And it was adored by our clients and it was adored by our readers because it was a perfect example of us saying, we're not going to, can I swear at this event? Little swear. We're not going to bullshit you. We're going to be real with you. We know you care about luxury products. We know you care about quality. So let's just go all in on quality. You don't need all of this. Just buy the best. Buy what's going to last. Buy what's going to be timeless. And it was such a potent message because it was GQ, the fashion authority, leaning into its authority. We weren't just saying, hey, GQ reader, live a sustainable life. We're saying, hey, GQ reader, you care about how you shop and you trust us when it comes to getting dressed. So here's how you can do it in a more thoughtful way. And I think it was a perfect example of how to make, how to communicate not just the urgency of a sustainable lifestyle, but make it enticing, make it covetable, make it cool. And I think we have a responsibility as luxury brands to remember to do that as well.
Yes, I mean, you have to inspire them. And then, how can we make sure citizens, I mean, you're role models in your own sectors, how can we change their habits? How can we convince them, Henrik? It's a big challenge.
It is, but I think once you are aware of it, then you find the solutions. And for example, an Audi Summit for Progress, ideas to start the future, right? So, and then involving others in order to shape it. And that's what we have to do and bring across. And it's a journey. I mean, we are quite many people living on planet Earth, but we do sense and feel the time has come for change. People understand that there is an urgent need for change. And because sometimes you might be a bit too early with one or the other solution. And I think now the time is perfect. It is the transformation decade. Fridays for the Future and so on, they are not a short-term phenomenon by some school kids. It is the mindset of the next generation, fortunately. The value system has changed, the culture is changing, society is changing. And we have to make sure that we as human beings believe in future and talk about it and shape it and are aware of our impact as human beings. So, and that's the reason it is a challenge. It will take a while. It is a journey, but I think it's going to be the most beautiful journey ever because we are able to shape the most inspiring, solution-oriented future. And once we do it right, and not if, no when, we are going to make it happen. During this decade, it's going to be much better than before. And I love the history, I love the past, but I'm much more interested in the future because in the future I intend to live. So this is why I'm so happy to be with you here, to meet all of you here today, to be in Madrid where many people live, to shape future. It's about mindset and then just sharing it and doing it. And we need more, and we need to keep on doing that. It's a journey.
And in fact, as Cosmico was saying in the beginning, we're going to listen to what very young people have to say with 12, 13-year-olds. And they already have that disruptive mindset because they're already generating ideas. And that's the future. So we're going to give a voice to young people as well, because they are the ones who are going to put this change into practice. I don't know if in Condé Nast, Adam, you are aware of the fact that these changes are happening. You told us about that experience. You were brave enough to say, buy less, buy better. But the truth is that are consumers being more sustainable? Are they truly believing in it?
Yeah, they are. I think when you communicate these messages with authenticity, it tends to land. And we had a fantastic event in the UK earlier this year. We call it GQ Heroes. And one of our speakers was a leader from the fashion resale platform Vestiaire Collective. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of it. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. But effectively, this is a marketplace to buy incredible items, secondhand. They're really thoughtfully preserved. They're all verified. And it's become not just like a place to go shopping, but a really cool and sexy place to go shopping. Because not only are you getting a gorgeous vintage Saint Laurent jacket or a really, really cool pair of Celine boots, whatever, you're doing it in the most thoughtful way possible. And platforms like Vestiaire Collective are growing. Our consumers are always curious to learn about new and more thoughtful ways to shop. Basically, it was like what Henrik was saying before. How do we continue to live the most beautiful lifestyles we possibly can, but do it in a way that is completely uncompromising for the future of our planet? And consumers will always find a way. And I think in many ways, they'll lead us and inform us on where to go as well.
And it will become much easier, as you said, because in the past, it has always been linked to obligation, negative connotation. Okay, you have to do that, right? So, and
you were talking about guilt, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it was linked to guilt.
I did something wrong.
It was, let's say, less pleasant, right? So, and now we are providing solutions where you see it, touch it, feel it, drive it, and say, I want it. Yet it's being built in, so you can.
And what can I do to contribute, right?
So I think we need to talk about it. We need to promote those brands, not the other ones, right? So we need to distinguish between the good and the bad. So there needs to be an ESG program behind. It needs to be thought through and not just a facade. And once it's thought through and built in, let's promote it. Buy less, but better. And the better solutions are at hand and available already. And that's the reason why I think we will be able to convince much more to join us during this decade than in the past, because in the past those solutions were less attractive or even over expensive. So, and I think this kind of balance we are finding especially during this decade.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask you to please give the message that you think it's best. So Adam, you can start.
Just one final message.
Yes.
You're putting me on the spot here, Monica.
I'm a journalist. I think you forgot. I was going to...
You caught me off guard. Okay, all right, I remember now. No, something I've been thinking about a lot recently is that we're entering a moment of fear, right? We can feel the fear in the markets. We can feel fear in bonds, fear in stocks. We can see valuations going down. We can feel fears of a recession. And the media cycle is kind of whipping us up into this very, very anxious state. And we've seen moments like these before, right? Everyone remembers 2008 or, the dot-com crash, whatever. This is cyclical. We've seen it before. It'll happen again. It'll come, it'll go. But in moments like these, in moments of massive change or massive anxiety, there's only two options. The first option is fear. I'm going to cling to what I know. I'm going to cling to the old paradigm. I'm staying here. No, I'm not letting go of that. And the second option is being thoughtfully radical, saying, okay, what's happening here really? What are the opportunities really? Don't forget, the last time this happened to us, what companies were founded? WhatsApp, Instagram, Airbnb, Pinterest, Uber. In moments like this, you can either be scared and you can cling, or you can recognize that there is a radical opportunity present. And I think we need to maintain our focus towards our goals of sustainability, of innovation, of all those things, and we should not descend or go backwards.
It is true that moments of crisis are a moment of opportunity, really, and inspiration. But I don't know if right now, in this moment, in which it is vital for us to sing on sustainability, I don't know if it might not seem as important. That's having fear stop us thinking about sustainability. Do you think that's something that could happen, or do you think that we are already on that way and we're going to bet on sustainability despite the crisis that might arrive?
I think we are full on track already, and maybe not everyone. Those who are still in the corner of fear, we need to invite them to join us, to come out that it's not necessary to remain in the corner of fear. So we need to educate and communicate, because to play with fear is easy, and I think there are too many currently playing with fear. And this is going to end up in a dead-end road. And someone who's not believing in it, just study history. It's repeating itself. So therefore, let us invite the people not to go to the fear corner. Let's have them with us by involving them and by educating them. And that requires relationship management, that requires involvement, and that requires communication. We are human beings, we know ourselves. But what I see, what I feel, what I'm experiencing here at the Audi Summit for Progress is a beautiful showcase that it's true, that it's happening. And that's the reason why we keep on holding them, why we keep on shaping the future, keep on investing in those solutions. So this full track train is full on track, and in our world, as said, the milestones I just mentioned, 2025, to become carbon neutral by 2030, that's a clear roadmap, and we are going to make it, come hell or high water. And I'm so much looking forward to this and inviting all of them to be with us.
I hope more and more people have that mindset and are aware of that. So it's been a pleasure, Adam and Henrik, to be able to talk to you from your sectors. They are very specific, but also a role model for all of this. So huge hand for them, please. Thank you very much. And now let's continue with this very inspiring session. Thank you.
How special to be part of change. I think we're all aware of this. We're going to talk about another important field. To lead, to move, we have to have sustainable business models. Our next guest, a founder of Coconut, a brand that is pioneer in cosmetics, toxic-free products, also adapting to sustainable business models, trying to move the cosmetics field towards sustainability and toxic-free products. So hopefully we will all get inspiration to be able to transform the world, to be able to see firsthand. We have Sarah Werner here with us. Hello, welcome. Well, we're all eager to hear your presentation. Hopefully next year with better skin, better hair, and with a better planet, of course. So please, go ahead. There are three things in my life that have been super important. One, my mother. Just imagine you walk down the street and a scent from a perfume makes you not be able to breathe, or the color on your clothes makes you itch all over the place. This is multiple chemical sensitivity. It is a disease that was detected in 2010, and my mother suffers from it. She has it since I was a little girl, and, well, I've had to reach out to scientists, researchers, doctors to be able to understand what was happening with my mother. It is something that I thought that she was suffering on her own, but little by little, I realized that what occurs to her also occurs to us, to our body and to our minds. So this led me to the next important milestone, my activist side. I have true principles. I've always fought for what I believed in, and I've always thought it was part of me and important to me. When you have this mindset and you have data such as these, and you see this nowadays, women use in average 17 different products per day. Shampoo, conditioner, hand cream, and gel, hydrating cream, eye cream, gel for our body, etc. And I could go on and on and on until I mentioned 17 daily products. When we look at European regulations, we find this warning. We know very little amount of our chemicals, and out of 99% of them, we don't have enough information on the effects, the uses, and how they should be safely applied. This is from 2006. In 2013, there was an update in regulations with regard to how to use these products. And now we know that more than 78% of products do not fulfill regulations, and 77% lead to toxic impact. 67% bioaccumulate, and 79% give or provoke toxicity. Nowadays in Europe, we spend 150 million euros in health, and many in the US, the figure is 340 million. When you're an activist and you have this data, such as I have had access to, you look at the press and you can see these headlines: campaign so that domestic companies reveal contents in lead, plastics, invisible plastics, poisonous plastics, or plastics in our cosmetics. I can continue: Nutella, Kinder, Johnson & Johnson, and other warnings due to carcinogenic substances, and diphenol A. Johnson & Johnson has had to pay approximately 4 billion euros due to talcum powder and its relationship with cancer cases. This has happened, and other companies. Not long ago, a study established a relationship with between chemical products and uterine cancer. When you have this information and you're an activist, what do? You take action. You can do two things. You can organize an NGO, just take the streets, or you can do it as an entrepreneur. And this is what I chose to do. And I decided to do something different. First of all, I wanted to give voice and power to the public, because the public, the audience, has to change things. And secondly, to give an opportunity to the large industry. There's a market. This market is desirable, feasible, and it leads to high growth. And this is how I broke the ice in the large industry. This is where I started, at this cafeteria, with my idea, with a coconut. What we wanted to do was to gather the world of synthetics. Normally, when we think about synthetics, we think about chemicals, and we think that the bad guys. But synthetics, no, can be marvelous, and they can be super healthy. And then we join this to the world of organics, natural substances, and we think these elements are always super good, but not always. So we tried to focus on ingredients that are toxic-free, with the best of two worlds. This is how we created the toxic-free beauty concept. This is, I'm loving it in the equivalent in Spain. When we created it in 2013, they were telling us, "You're crazy, you don't say this. This is not how you say it." But we decided we didn't know that this was going to be so successful around the world. So we had Thailand, 2013, nobody talked about toxics, and we created a marketplace selling third-party brands, filtering all the products, and only selling those that were toxic-free. With this talent, we created a platform that was faster than Amazon, but we had the following problem. This was 2013. Let's remember we didn't have Sephora online, and when I tried to sell online, my supplier said, no, 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 cosmetics cannot be sold online. So we had to disrupt not only an industry, but also a channel. We had to create a new channel. So that's what I did. I bought the products in physical stores, then I checked the products, and then I sold them online. Little by little, a few months later, I had the data, and I said to my provider, look, you're missing out on that. I ended up being my provider's customer, and we grew until we became reference in cosmetics here in Spain with regard to toxic-free products. An email, a product, change coconut's history. This was in 2017, and we said, why don't we invent our own product? We create it, we launch it, we do our own thing. And we just sent out one email, 400 units. I thought it was going to take us 2 years to sell out these products, but in 2 hours, we sold 800 units. And this, we said, okay, we don't have to change the market. We are a brand. We can launch our toxic-free products. We launched 6 products at the beginning, digital, and we based our products on the knowledge that we had already, textures, smells, etc. But if I really want to break the ice in the industry, I have to be a true innovator. So we sat down with our formulators, technology, and we said, let's do something different. As an expert in toxic ingredients, we highlighted this information. Then the assessment team could reinvent formulations, thinking out of the box. And then we took one more step. Why don't we create cosmetics with artificial intelligence? We used algorithms that track the internet with data. It is a sort of active listening. We draw certain conclusions, and we launched the first product for girls with curly hair. They didn't want foams. This is the information that we gathered. They wanted more hydration and really specific for curly hair. And this is how our first product was born, the Curl Booster. Every minute, 2 of these products are sold worldwide. And this is how we launched other products, a deodorant that lasts up to 7 days with one single application, and also applying epigenetics to be able to create a cream that inverts the beauty triangle. We grew and grew. In 2017, 1 million, 4 million in 2019, and then the pandemic, the worst year for the sector, and for us, it was incredible. We multiplied by 8 our revenues, 65% growth internationally. The pandemic brought us several things. And one of the marvelous things that was brought by the pandemic was peace, silence. And we became aware of the path, the journey up to that moment. And we started realizing, what do we eat? How do we spend our energy? What are we doing? We're more aware with everything. And I remember my first trip in 2021 to London, just walking around the city. And this is where I found this piece of new toxic-free, #toxic-free beauty. Do you remember? I'm loving it in Spain, in Spanish. Toxic-free is now going around the world in London. This is what I saw. Currently, more than 2 million searches on social media. We've continued growing. We've been awarded more than 11 awards, in the equivalent to Oscars in the cosmetics industry until 2022. 2022, we became actors of change. Coconut, at the beginning, it was David against Goliath, and we had to break the ice little by little, and we thought, okay, right now we have to go forward, move forward, learn together. And this is when these headlines that I was mentioning before were changed, replaced by these ones. European Union announces the highest prohibition of chemical substances. Thousands of chemical substances that are going to be eliminated in cosmetics, in different fields. 10 years ago, we had a dream in a cafeteria. We wanted to create this new concept, reinventing cosmetics, changing the industry to make it more safe, more sustainable, and better for everyone. And dreaming and fighting, working hard, we have achieved it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you also to your mum. Yes, that's where everything started. That's right. To be selfish, to change the world. What a phrase. What Sarah has said, right? But I think we now need a coffee, we need a break, we need to stretch our legs and look at those two incredible models, A6 and Skysphere, because it's gonna, well, it's incredible. So let's be back here in a while. Let's be back at noon.
Damas y caballeros, Audi Summit for Progress retoma su actividad en el escenario en 10 minutos. Damas y caballeros, Audi Summit for Progress retoma su actividad en 3 minutos. Rogamos tomen sus asientos. Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a Audi Summit for Progress. Con todos ustedes, Mónica Carrillo, presentadora, escritora y moderadora de este evento.
Oh, I'm going to make more breaks so I can receive more applauses. 20 past 12. Hello to those of you who are following us via streaming. Let's continue with the Audi Summit for Progress. Ideas to start the future, our motto. Let's look at other interesting concepts such as innovation and creativity. Of course, always thinking about people. And to talk about people and innovation and action, we have an expert in this matter. She hasn't been able to come in person. She's connected remotely. Sally Uren, CEO and Executive Director for Forum for the Future, who works with governments, NGOs, and social society to be able to accelerate change towards a most sustainable future. Sally, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And that, in my words, we deliver much more of a shallow transition, a way forward that gives us a slightly better version of what we have today, but does not go far enough in really responding to the urgency and the nature of the challenges that we face. And it's when we're looking at these two pathways and we're thinking about the pathway that involves deep transformation, this is where we need to think about systemic change. And looking at the agenda for today, I know there's talk of systems change, but I just wanted to take a moment to share how I think about systemic change, because partnerships and collaborations are so important within this construct of systemic change. And so we hear the word systems change a lot at the moment, but how does system change happen? And one of the ways that we can think about that is thinking about any system operating at three levels. We have the landscape level of any system. This is where big picture macro trends play out. So climate change, demographic change, these are all factors and trends that are impacting the landscape level of a system. We then have the blue ribbon in the middle, which is the regime, the day-to-day of our operating environment. And I should say a system can be a marine ecosystem, it can be the auto manufacturing system, it could be the energy system. The world around us is a set of interconnected systems. But then the third level of any system is what we call the niche, which is where we see innovation, which is where we see all sorts of new experiments happening. And system change happens when those landscape pressures really begin to make themselves felt at the regime. usually coupled with innovation scaling from the niche. And if we think about the energy transition right now, we're in this accelerated phase of systemic change. Our energy system is shifting around us right now. We've seen the science around climate, that's inescapable. We've now seen innovation in renewable technology mean that actually we've got price parity with oil and gas-based energy sources. And critically, when we think about the energy transition, we have that magic ingredient, which is in the grey box here, in the middle, the circle, which is people willing to do things differently. So systems change happens when those big picture trends make themselves felt, coupled with innovation coming through the niche, and then combined with people willing to do things differently. And I think if we think about the automotive sector right now, what's happening in our mobility system, we're also in this accelerated phase of system change. We're seeing EV technology coming up from the niche. The pressure to switch to clean, zero energy is really insurmountable. And we have organizations like yourselves willing to do things differently. So systems change is hard, it's tough, it doesn't happen overnight. And it's not just in the energy system, the mobility system, but also in the food system and the health system. We're in this middle phase right now, which is why the world feels so volatile, so dynamic. Where we want to get to is a stabilization of a new system where the rules of the game have shifted. If we think about the energy system, this is a system where providing heat mobility, but in ways that isn't adding to climate change emergencies. So this is how we think about systems change. And within that, then, we can think about, well, if that's how system change happens, what are the strategies then that we need to drive that systemic change? And we've drawn from the work that we do within Forum, individual partner organizations across multiple systems, and from our collaboration work, there are a number of strategies that really help drive systemic change. So at that startup phase of systems change, you need to create the robust case for change. We need to put in place the right incentives, the right business models. We need to change our information flows. If we go back to our climate emergency, that scientific data has been there for decades, but it's only recently that we've begun to see it and understand it. We need new disruptive innovation is critical to drive systemic change. And then as we move into that accelerated phase of system change, that's where we need to think about culture, mindset, societal norms. Without shifting societal norms, without shifting mindsets, it's not possible to move into a new system. And we need to develop rules, regulation. This is where we need to see policy instruments and a route to innovation where we can take this innovation and scale it into the mainstream. So a number of strategies there to drive systemic change, but probably the one that's most important is collaboration and partnerships. Collaboration and partnerships are critical at that startup phase of systemic change. They're absolutely essential for that accelerated phase of systemic change. And they're also important for when we establish the new rules of the mainstream and get to that stabilization of a new system. So when we then think about collaboration, there's a typical process that we tend to follow, and this is a process that's drawn from our work at Forum. We actually published this quite a number of years ago, but we still use it in our work today. And the collaboration process typically has 8 different stages to it. So you have to confirm the need, convene the partners, diagnose the system. So where are those opportunities to drive accelerated systemic change? And number 4, explore emerging futures. What I have discovered is this is probably the most important part of any collaboration. It's very hard to design for innovation, design for new systems from today. At Forum, we use futures tools and techniques, so scenarios, visioning trends, to really understand, well, what could that alternative future look like? We then can create a vision, and we have created visions for the future of mobility in the past. We've created visions for the future of apparel. We then can bring different actors across the system together to align around the vision and then create strategies to deliver that vision and take collective action. And number 8 on this chart is the stage of any collaboration, which often gets forgotten, which is you need to maintain momentum. it's all very well convening actors from across the system, aligning around a vision, creating strategies for change, but we need to maintain momentum. What I'd like to share with you now is some design principles that bring this 8-stage process to life. And there are 6 of those, and I'm going to draw from our work in different collaborations to try and bring them to life for you today. So the first critical ingredient, the first critical success factor to make that 8-stage process work is a clear shared purpose. And sounds really obvious, but I have been involved in many collaborations where actually people have wanted something slightly different from the collaboration. And so we need to create this shared sense of purpose in response to a defined problem. And it helps us knit together different actors in the system. And the example here is a project that we've been running in India. Forum operates from UK, Europe, from the US, from India, and from Singapore. We're tiny, we're only 80 people across those offices, but we have this big ambition. And within India, we have the Responsible Energy Initiative, which is a cross-sectoral collaboration of investors, energy providers, civil society, where the problem that we're trying to solve for here is that we could see a transition to net zero and scaling of renewable energy in India, but in a way that doesn't deliver a just transition. So yes, we might have a scaling of a renewable energy system that ultimately delivers zero carbon, but that scaling could leave people behind. It could put many people out of jobs. And so the clear shared purpose of RAI India is a collaboration designed to ensure that the scaling of renewable energy in India is ecologically safe and socially just. We're trying to avoid that carbon tunnel vision, which we see sometimes today. Then the second key success criteria, design principle, and people often miss this stage out, which is that diagnosis of the system. So if we've got a system that we're trying to shift, where are those leverage points in the system that allow us to drive that change? And the example here is from a big project we're running in the United States at the moment called Growing Our Future. Again, we've convened different actors across the system, from marginalized farmer communities. Bringing in diverse voices is really important. We've brought in these historically disadvantaged farming communities with major brands, with major retailers, to understand how might we shift the goals of the US agricultural system to really embody the goals of regenerative agriculture. And so what you see on the right here is where we found those intervention points. And one of them here at the bottom, enabling farmers to really mobilize grassroots to maintain the momentum towards regenerative agriculture, is a really important leverage point, because we can't shift agriculture without working with farmers. And again, that sounds really obvious, but so many sectoral collaborations in food that don't involve farmers. So that shared diagnosis is really important. Then number 3 is taking the time to set up clear accountability and governance structures, being really clear about who makes decisions on whose advice. And one example here is a project that we are taking to COP27 in a couple of weeks, our Climate and Health Coalition. Forum is convening a number of key actors within the climate and health space, well-known brands from Walgreens Boots Alliance through to Reckitt, to Bupa, who are obviously a very well-known name in Spain. We've been working with these different organizations to create guidance for the private sector, and really relevant for car manufacturers and brands within this space, to understand how can we drive co-benefits for climate and for health. And it's been really clear within the Climate Health Coalition that actually ultimately, in this case, the decision maker is Forum as the independent convener. But having that clarity about who is making decisions, where you're taking your advice from, is really important. Then the fourth of the 6 critical success factor is, of course, a people-centered process. Humans are at the heart of the change that we're trying to deliver in the world around us right now. We have to respect diversity. We have to find ways of elevating voices that historically have not been heard. And one of the projects that we're really excited to work on here is in Selby, in the north of the UK, where we're working with the community to ensure that when the coal-fired power station closes, which it will close soon, it closes in a way that actually jobs aren't lost, but pathways to economic prosperity are really realized. And so really valuing individual and group processes is really important. Putting people at the heart of the process, really critical. Then number 5 is thinking about how do we keep a drumbeat of communication going when we're thinking about our collaboration. The example here was a collaboration back in the US. It was called the Beauty and Personal Care Accelerator. As Forum, we convened all of the US retailers, all of the branded manufacturers involved in personal beauty and care, from Walmart to Target to Johnson & Johnson. And what we were trying to do here is to get a common standard for the ingredients that go in the products that you put on your skin every day. And we had to keep communicating while we were doing this because this was really tough. There was no common standard when we started this work. But a drumbeat of commission really helped us maintain momentum and gave the strength to the participating partners to do something that no one had ever done before. And lo and behold, we did create a common standard, which is now being normalized within the industry in the US. And then the 6 critical success ingredients, probably the most important. I think I may have said that before, they're all important, but this is the one that I've learned personally is worth paying attention to. Collaborations do not work unless you've managed to build trust and personal relationships, and that takes time. Collaborations that say they're going to deliver systems change in 6 months, I would be very nervous about. These are long-term endeavors, and they rely on people trusting each other and often treading a path that's not been trodden before. So that's 8 stages of a collaboration, 6 critical success factors, design principles, if you will. But then what makes the collaboration work at a personal level? And segueing from the importance of trust and personal relationships, I've also come to realize that mindsets are critical. And this is an extract from a report we published in November of last year. It's called the Business Transformation Compass, and it sets out a North Star, a vision for what we mean by just and regenerative business. So what does business look like if it's really driving systemic change? If a business's role in society is about providing social good, providing solutions to climate, the Business Transformation Compass sets out this vision, this North Star, and sets out how we might get there. And we talk a lot about mindsets, and these mindsets are nested, and you'll recognize them. We start with that risk mitigation mindset. How can we be less harmful? Many organizations have this mindset. We then might move into doing no harm. What is the zero harm mindset? We might then realize that actually doing no harm isn't enough. We need to repair and replenish the world around us. We shift into that do-good mindset. But where we really need to get to is that just and regenerative mindset, really asking, how can we build capacity for socially just systems, for regenerative business? And this is really ambitious, but the truth is, many organizations operate through these mindsets all the time. They're nested. And the question is, how in everything we do can we really pay attention to that just and regenerative mindset? And businesses in this mindset might be saying, what's the potential here that we're not seeing? How do we ensure that everyone shares fairly in the prosperity that's created? How do we co-design solutions? So the big shift in just and regenerative is, instead of saying, what I think our communities need is ... what I think our employees need is ... to say, actually, how can we co-design solutions with our suppliers, our employees, our communities? And that just and regenerative mindset, finally, is where we hear organizations saying, our very success depends on the health and vitality of the world in which we operate. No business is an island. A successful business needs a successful set of systems around it. And so if we're really going to unlock the full potential of collaboration to drive systemic change, then we need to get into this mindset. And this is my final slide. And I guess is a message I would love you all to take away. And I'm sorry I'm not with you today, and we could talk about this more. But if we are at this crossroads, and we are really at a crossroads, the choices we make over the next 2 to 3 years will be critical. We've got 8 years to stabilize our climate. If we don't manage to respond to that need, then we could see very serious impacts to the climate around us, which will have knock-on effects for all sorts of aspects of the world around us. If we're going to take that path of deep transformation, that path of systems change, then we've got to dream big. We've got to be bold and ambitious and tread a path that no one has trodden before. And to do that, we need to partner, we need to collaborate. We cannot do this alone as individuals. No one organization can do this alone. Partnerships and collaboration are critical. Stepping into that just and regenerative mindset is really important. And that means being bold, being ambitious, treading a path that no one has trod before, thinking big, and really accepting that this moment in time, yes, it could be the worst of times when we see the impacts of the world around us, but it could be the best of times. So dream big, harness partnership and collaboration, think and do differently. We might just then chart that second pathway, which is to a just and regenerative future. Thank you very much for your time today. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Sally, for your intervention from London. And we are now going to keep on talking about teamwork. And, well, the following speakers know a lot about teamwork. We just said that we were going to have a surprise and very young people. Well, now's the time. And this is an example to show that young people are not just waiting, but they're actually moving towards change. They've been part of the Audi Creativity Challenge, a project that challenges the youngest amongst us to find creative ideas to transform society. And before they come on stage, I'm going to ask Kaita Montserrat, Director of Customer Experience for Audi, to come on stage with me. Kaita, welcome. And, well, we are, I mean, since Jose Miguel said in the morning that we were going to have these teenagers here, we were willing to hear more about this project. Well, it's great to be able to have these, present this project here in this very inspirational forum. And I wanted to share with you an initiative coming from Audi that's very different and it's full of soul. And I just want to tell you everything about it. Okay, let's go to a living room here, because we have been hearing people talking about ideas to transform, and in order to get to that transformation, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Yes. Great, thank you. We need to have disruptive ideas. We heard it several times throughout the day. Why is this message so important? Well, what you're about to see today is disruptive, because this is an initiative that is quite far from the usual core business of a car manufacturer, as you know, is to provide experiences through mobility. And what we're about to explain today here is an initiative that's quite different from what we heard in previous presentations or what's about to come, to understand what our brand's doing to face the future. But although the content's very different, you're going to see that it is 100% aligned with the values of our brand, with the DNA of our brand. And it is so because you know that Audi is being at the spearhead of vanguard and progress for many years, not just from the technological perspective, but also because we have always tried to be a step ahead. And what we do in Audi's community is to try to rethink everything and try to challenge how we do things and try to do it a bit better. And in order to do it better, we are sure that the only way to do it is to put people at the core of what we do, and they should be the true protagonists of this change. We've been talking about progress a lot today, but we have to understand progress as a new path to transform our future in a positive way, and it's really a matter of attitude. We've been saying this for a long time in the brand, and what's attitude? Attitude has to do with people in capital letters, really. So we're sure about it, and we're also sure of the fact that companies and organizations have a lot to say and also a lot to do. And that's why 9 years ago, we just thought about creating a wonderful project, which is the Audi Creativity Challenge. And its mission, just to, in a nutshell, is to generate or create an innovative culture amongst young people. So they are able to transform people in the society towards a better future. And we try to detect and find talent. I must tell you, I'll share with you an amazing news, which is there's a lot of talent among young people, and we detect it, we value it. We also make them part of creative processes, which is very important, and we also help them develop these communication and entrepreneurial values and skills that are needed. Well, why do you think creativity is so important? Well, attitude and creativity at the end of the day are attributes that are human attributes, and a machine or a robot will never be able to develop them. And that's why we're saying that creativity, in our opinion, is the future. And it is the future because it allows us to question and challenge the status quo and propose new solutions and efficient solutions to face the challenges that you find when you challenge the status quo. And innovation, at the end of the day, is the engine of everything else. And this is the second bit of good news, which is that creativity is not something innate. Some people are lucky to just have them installed by default, but creativity can be worked and developed and taught. And you can actually, through a series of processes, to acquire these abilities. So, in time, be able to conceptualize several ideas and be able to solve any challenge and use innovation to do so. And that's what the Audi Creativity Challenge is about. And the wonderful thing about the Audi Creativity Challenge is that despite the fact that you can face any kind of challenge with creativity, we focused on the social challenge. And what you will see now is that we try to improve the well-being of people, and that's why this project is full of soul, and that's why we love it. Yes, it does touch you. Well, you've been doing this for 9 years, and it sounds great, but I wanted to know, how was the idea born? Well, when we started thinking about this project 9 years ago, we were sure of the fact that the future is in the hands of the young, but not just the future, really, the present, in fact, belongs to the young and not the adults. So our idea was, well, not to tell them what they had to do, because we're used to doing that, that using that kind of language with young people. Well, rather to challenge them and empower them, so they felt able and feeling that they were the true protagonists and engines for change. And that's what this program is about. Yes, when you hear when you listen to them, you see they have a lot to say. Yes, and the truth is that after so many years, we've had 10,000 kids in our program already, so our best expectations have been met, and it's great to see it, especially coming from a car manufacturer, which is not, as I was saying, what we usually do. So, it's very satisfying. Yes, I'm listening to what you do, and it's a brave bet, because you're coming out of your natural environment or of your comfort area. But what's the challenge about? Well, we wanted to reach a large audience, so we thought it should be a digital competition for our innovative idea for kids between 12 and 16. So we are really talking about, we are talking to a very young audience. And what we do every day is to, send them a challenge, a social challenge. I would like to share with you through the clip we just created to open the 8th edition of the Audi Creativity Challenge that we open in September. Should we watch it? Sure. It's also sustainable. Let's see. Otherwise, you can just keep on telling me about it. No? It's not working? Can you just roll the clip from up there? No? Well then, well, we were supposed to tell you in the clip.
Somos
We
una
are...
gran generación.
Oh, here you go.
Y lo que nos hace tan grandes es nuestro poder. El poder de cambiar el mundo. Y de hacer del nuestro un futuro mejor. Preguntamos si nos preguntamos. Cuestionamos si nos cuestionamos. Buscamos respuestas y hallamos soluciones. Ser creativos, ser innovadores, ir más allá. Y sí, ser transgresores. Esta es la actitud. Si tú también lo tienes tan claro, participa en el Audi Creativity Challenge y acepta el reto de esta edición. Cómo innovar en el ámbito de lo social para mejorar el bienestar de las personas y su entorno. El reciclaje, el consumo responsable, la pobreza alimentaria y energética, la inclusión de personas con capacidades múltiples, la contaminación, la sostenibilidad, el respeto a la diversidad, la calidad de vida de nuestros mayores, la violencia de género, el acoso escolar. Es nuestro planeta, es nuestra gente, es nuestro futuro. Y serán nuestras ideas las que mejorarán el bienestar de las personas y contribuirán al progreso de la sociedad sin acabar con los recursos naturales de nuestro entorno. ¿Eres de los que no se mueven o eres de los que no paran hasta hacer realidad sus sueños? Tú decides cuál es tu actitud. Audi Creativity Challenge. Ours is the future.
So once we made them face this challenge in our website, we start a journey with them, and we go from the problem. So we go from detecting the problem all the way to finding a solution, and we use the Lombard methodology for disruptive creativity. And just a note, I would like to explain that the Lombard method, the name comes from this very famous street in San Francisco, the Lombard Street. You know, the inclination just impossible. A long time ago, it used to be a straight line, a straight street, and it was just impossible, both for pedestrians and cars. And they transformed it, and they found a very creative solution, which was to have these turns and also have gardens there. So it's one of the most visited streets in San Francisco. And well, that metaphor inspired us to do what you see here. Well, the straight line is always the shortest, but maybe not always the most imaginative one, and it doesn't always solve all the challenges. And that's how our partner, Mr. Balaka, he is our partner in the Audi Creativity Challenge. He's the creator of this methodology, and that's what actually inspired him. And what we do with the kids is to, well, we're inspired by these trends to generate a model through which all the kids go through. The Lombard methodology has 4 phases. The first is the inspiration phase, and in that phase, what we do with the kids, you just watch the clip. It's a huge challenge, so they have to be able to understand which is the solution they want to solve, and to do so, we provide them with tools, and in our platform in this phase, so they can actually land the challenge. And second phase, if the clicker works, does. It's the ideation phase, and we teach them how to generate many ideas. That's when all the brainstorming happens, and we also provide them with enough tools to try to focus a bit and try to find an idea that solves the problem they detected best. And the third phase, which is very important for us, is the validation phase, and we teach them how to create prototypes for the products, services, or ideas. And that's very important because the prototype is going to help them see if their solution or their idea can be improved further. And it's a very powerful element to be able to communicate things in a physical way for potential investors in the future. And the last phase is... Let's see if we get it on screen. It's communication, and that's very important for us. Communication is very important for us. So how many ideas have left or were left forgotten because nobody was able to explain them correctly? So for us to have these kids develop their communication skills is extremely important. That's why there's also a module within the Lombard method to provide them with skills and tools to improve their communication skills. And basically be able to become public speakers. Well, how are you able to dynamize and move young people? Well, we're lucky. This didn't happen in the beginning, but after 7 editions, the program has a lot of credibility, and that's a wonderful aspect because the Audi Creativity Challenge is used as a reference in our schools. In some schools, it's even part of their curriculum. It's part of some subjects such as economy or entrepreneurship. But I mean, 10,000. I mean, it's a task. It's something that the 10,000 kids that have gone through a program have done for us. I mean, it's some of them encourage other people or some of the colleagues or relatives to get involved in the challenge. So it's just amazing to be able to have this life force. Well, I'm amazed, really. I can only congratulate you for this truly disruptive project, because not only do you put people at the core of what you do, but the young people at the core of what you do. Yes, that's right. It's for them and by them. So we're about to see it. And I just wanted to mention that, of course, all the people involved, they are our best ambassadors. But in this kind of challenge, you have to motivate them with an important reward. So all the winners of the process, they go through the validation process and they go to a national final in Madrid. And out of over 500 projects we received last year, we select the best 10 ideas. They go to the national final in Madrid, and all the kids defend their projects on stage, and that's how we choose the winner. And what we do with that team, we send them in June to San Francisco, to Silicon Valley, so they can participate and take part in an incubator process that's very deep with experts and mentors. And besides that, they have the chance to go visit amazing companies like Netflix or Apple. So the managers in these companies can give them some feedback about their projects, and that's where they truly make the project a reality. And it's really amazing for the kids. I mean, it would have been amazing to have them back in our days. I want to meet them already. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we're lucky to have them here with us today. They are the true protagonists of the Audi Creativity Challenge. So I'm going to introduce you to the winning team in the 6th edition. It's let's welcome them. Here they are.
Carolina, Marina, Mateo, and Juan, central part of the team. It's great to have you here with us. If you can talk about your experience with Audi Creativity Challenge, and of course talk about your project. Well, you're so young. It's great to have you here. We've been talking about you all morning. The first thing, Mateo, why did you present your project to the Audi Creativity Challenge? Well, we wanted to do something new, and we thought it was very attractive. We'd all suffered during lockdown, and when they told us that it was possible to help others, help society, we just jumped into the opportunity. And of course, having a companies such as Audi trust us was amazing, and you won. What an adventure! Kaita, I can see that they have a diamond on their T-shirt. What's the message? They used to be a raw diamond, and now they've grown. Diamond as the symbol of young people's talent. It is an element that belongs to nature, needs force to become a jewel. It's one of the most precious stones and the most tough stones that we have in nature. And this is the symbol of their talent. Sometimes we label young people and we say many things about them, but we don't. We believe in their power to make things change, their limitless capacity of dreaming, sensitivity, commitment. You will see this in their project, and this is what we've chosen to do, and Diamond for talent and attitude. How did you decide to do this? How did you organize things? Well, one day I opened my email and I saw, well, challenges, problems, but I received an email from Audi with the possibility of participating in the Audi Creativity Challenge. In this case, we had to focus on the post-COVID society to solve a problem, helpful towards society, so that with our project we could help group that had been affected by COVID. So I saw that we needed a driver, a teacher, and several students with complementary profiles, a team that would have to focus on the problem. And this is, well, how I thought about these colleagues that I have. They were former students of mine. I remembered them as committed, talented, good people, and that's what I decided to do. I just jumped into the opportunity. I sent them an email. Do you want to participate in this project with me? And once a week we met at school. Audi guides you through the challenge, so 4 phases within Lombard, and little by little you create your project. Super inspiring. Marina, what did you use as an inspiration for the project? For us, we had to innovate in a post-COVID society. We looked for a group of people who had suffered from lockdown, isolation, and we found old people, people who had been isolated on their own in homes, and, well, they shared experience with us, their stories, and we were also inspired by Guadalupe's story. She's received the nickname Dragon's grandmother. She used to comment on the series Game of Thrones, and she also received an award for it. And this is how, well, we decided to also follow her story. The social need for you also as young people to look at older people. This says a lot about you, that you go beyond those labels. Older people, and then suddenly brainstorming. How do you do that? How did you do that part of the process? That was one of the most important phases. We needed a good idea. We wanted to devote our project to older people. We brainstormed, we just sat together. Some were crazy ideas, others were normal. And little by little, we, extracted the best ideas until, we were inspired also by different situations, Alzheimer's in old people, and how it is important to preserve memories in that difficult situation. Yes, I think we need to know more, the project. So what is Palabras Mayores? Bigger than words. It is about valuing our older people experiences, sharing them. It consists of somebody visiting an older person at a home and sharing the story. And then with our platform, we share these stories. For example, a difficult situation in a hospital, visiting tourist site, or supermarket recipe. And so we have the memory together with the old person who's telling the story that is then highlighted. The user can scan the QR code, access the story, see the video, and can also send a message to that old person. And with that, that person feels important, accompanied, and surrounded by others. Great. Well, the program is a reality. This was the project, but it's been turned into reality. Not long ago, in Lanzarote, this, became real. With the Audi Creativity Challenge, we went to Lanzarote, so we couldn't go to Silicon Valley due to COVID. We got to know the culture of the island. We met other people. César Manrique, the architect, the artist that has shaped the island. And this is how we, at the end of the adventure, presented Palabras Mayores, the project, one of the best moments by César Manrique. And this is where we receive the attention of the regional government. And this has been also included with regard to the 8 tourist sites of the islands. And for the team, this was amazing. An idea that was born at school, turned into a true, real project. Quite amazing. The user experience would be the following. Imagine that you go to a museum, to these tourist sites, and together with the description, you have a QR code, and it is maybe something with regard to the construction, somebody's sharing the story, and this makes the experience closer, more human. We've recently presented the first example of Palabras Mayores. We had 350 attendees to that event with many people, the support by the regional council, and it's been great for us to have changed these people's lives through the project. From now onwards, anyone who visits the islands will be able to watch these videos. Well, Silicon Valley, I think this was even better. It was an incredible experience going there, right? What an incredible experience, having older people also being part of the project. Really beautiful. We wanted to ask you something else. How have you changed? Carol, for instance. The Carol before Audi Creativity Challenge, is she different to now? Well, of course, I've changed as my colleagues. Audi has brought us many things, training, methodology, and we've also boosted our creativity, social empathy, and this has set a difference. But moreover, I'd say perspective. Before the challenge, I saw problems, and now I see solutions. To add to what Carolina said, we have learnt that ideas do not only belong to competitions. For us, this idea has come into reality thanks to the challenge. We'd never really made something real, but for me, well, idea can be turned into reality with hard work, with passion. Everything is possible. Yes, the same to me. Yeah, I've changed too. At school now I'm in for everything. Anything that requires collaboration and also to have fun, learning by having fun. This process has been super special. We were in Lanzarote for 21 days and really seeing that this was a humble idea. We wanted to help society, and this can be done. 15-year-olds, as the slogan is Audi Creativity Challenge. If you believe it, you can do it. So just go for it. Passion, hard work, and you can change things, and you can have an impact on other people. People can fall in love and accompany you with that idea. Sometimes Well, they tell you, don't share your idea, be careful, somebody else can steal that from you. But no, we have to be generous, we have to share. I remember that I received that idea that I had a dollar, the other one has a dollar. We have if $1, you still have a dollar, but ideas, no, they some. And congratulations. How old are you? Can I ask you about your age? Because great communicators. Right now we are 16, but when we started the challenge, 13, 14. Now 16, yeah, okay, so I can understand you're great communicators now. Congratulations, I'm sure you're super proud. Yes, we're delighted. Can you hear me? With you, Juan, seeing what you have achieved, also helping older people, taking into account the challenge. And the beautiful part of the project is not only, well, older people are now part of the solution, and that's the important thing. Beyond projects, I think it is also important to highlight what they were mentioning. There's one winner each time, the full process, the going through the incubator, and we will continue having 10,000 boys and girls within this creative school sharing projects, ideas, inspiration, and it's great to see how they can highlight their sensitivity, their creativity. Well, this is great for us, and great to make these ideas a reality with Audi Creativity Challenge. Anything else? Yeah, I think it is incredible to have 15-year-olds doing this. I'm 31. I think we're all adults, and we all admire what they've done. But I think we have lots of creative people here. As a society, we have to allow ourselves to play around a little bit more. Flow, yes, disruptive minds, just playing around a little more. Yes, just one more comment. I think everybody here can help us make the project grow. I think that according to age, no, you won't be able to participate, but I'm sure you have children, nieces, all sorts of children around you who can participate in the challenge. If you've liked the project, encourage them to do so. I think it's going to be a great experience for them, regardless of if they win or not. Thank you, Monica. Thank you to them for being here. Thank you very much. We learned a lot from what you said. Thank you. We knew that it was going to be worthwhile. Now we have the important part, the main dish. He's famous in gastronomy, Eneko Acha. He is the founder of Azurmendi, 5 Michelin stars, and with the award to the most sustainable restaurant. So we have him here with us. Please put your hands together. Let's continue with the excitement. Well, it's going to be difficult. It's difficult. Well, I'm as excited as they are. Yes, hello. I'm a cook. Just let me drop this here. I'm a cook. And I work in the kitchen trying to create projects that strive for excellency. But we also do other projects along the road. Let me set the framework. What do I do in Azurmendi? It's my surname. We opened the restaurant in 2005. We changed location in 2012. And I usually say that gastronomy is a universal language with several dialects. I'm going to present what we do at Azurmendi quickly. And then within these dialects of gastronomy as a language, we have different kinds of cooking that we do. Azurmendi is our home. In 2011, before opening, we thought, well, the experience can't just be about eating and then leaving. It had to be somewhere where people could connect to the surroundings, the culture, the environment. So the first thing that one sees if you go to Azurmendi is this. It's a sort of first message, welcome home. You open the doors of your home and you just let people wander around your house. And this is what we want them to experience. And so this is a garden. When you reach three-star Michelin, you're a bit tense and you get there and you're not fully comfortable. And we want people to feel super comfortable. You get there and somebody asks you about allergies, anything. And normally, well, here you arrive at the garden. And normally, well, yes, this is the snacks that you're offered, and you're left there 5, 6, 10 minutes with your picnic, with the garden. It is your garden. It's your home, enjoying different snacks. I'm not going to go into recipes, ingredients. You'll see why. So once the customer has experienced this, the customer goes to the kitchen, and this is where everything occurs. It is really the core, the heart of everything. If we think about the architecture of Azurmendi, nowadays we seem to have huge living rooms and small kitchens in houses. And I grew up in a house with a large kitchen. It was always the heart of everything. This is where we shared moments, experience. But this is not just something that we do, well, to give the wrong impression. No, in this case, it is the heart. We tell stories, we explain what's happening in the kitchen, and it is, let me share a secret, when customers enter the kitchen and we see their faces, it's not table 1, 12, or 14. It's really the people that I'm going to be feeding. I'm seeing their faces, and this is super important to understand the expectations of those customers, surprise, the curiosity. And this is essential, different dishes, ingredients, and then after the kitchen, you go to the greenhouse. And so this is in a small village, 10 minutes from Bilbao, near the coast, near the mountains. And I want anyone to understand this, to experience this, to feel it, to perceive it. In each one of the seasons that you have in the greenhouse, you have different products. These products reflect the landscape. It's about experiencing, tasting the landscape with every mouthful. And this is, I'm not going to go into the dishes, the ingredients. I'm just showing you an overview so you can see what takes place at this experience, Azurmendi. But we also have other projects. In 2012, I changed to a new location, Azurmendi. So I have the older location that now is Eneco. This is where I start. This is where little by little we earn the Michelin stars. And when I moved to the new space, the new phase, the new world, the larger location with 3 Michelin stars, an experience that lasts between 2.5 and 3.5 hours, I lose my local client, younger people who can't access or afford Azurmendi only from time to time. So in the old Azurmendi, I create an eco with a more democratic, accessible, affordable experience so that also young people are attracted to gastronomy, so that we can still welcome locals, more informal, more direct. And to our surprise, it wins 1 Michelin star, and then it is expanded to Tokyo, Sevilla, etc. So a new concept that we had. Another concept. Within this range of dialects is we have chocos, the gastronomical gatherings. It is informal. The important aspect here is sharing. It's not about what you eat. And this is, we have these small taverns with just for couples, for friends, informal, to share, and it works. It works too. Lisbon, Sevilla, and Brussels. And then last concept, last dialogue. Encao, Eneko, Encao, it sounds a bit Basque, Japanese. Eneko allowed us to go to Tokyo. We shared a kitchen, and we learned from Japan a lot. And also in Japan, we've got different dialects. We've got ramen, nigiris, tempuros. Nigiri, what is it? It's like a pincho, right, here in Spain. Tempura is fried, and yakitori, it is, a different way of cooking things. And so this is why we will be opening in Madrid shortly, and Cao, we've already opened in Bilbao. And this is what I'm doing as a cook. But there's another different kind of cooking. No dishes, no stoves. It is different. It is called hacking. We use pencils. This means a product to eat, and if you add the N, it means knowledge. And it's a sort of lab with people from different disciplines as cooks. In hacking, we have the emotional benefit and our research with regard to a better future. We have different sections on which we're working sustainability-wise. Architecture, community of producers, health, very important. We are really focusing on sustainability, but I can't understand sustainability without associating it to health, and also social commitment. Little by little, let me go into detail. Sustainability. In 2009, 2010, we strongly focused on the content, ingredients used in our dishes, local producers nearby. And this wasn't really, we didn't have sustainability. We didn't have that term in 2010. We just talked about, using the products that are nearby. Why don't we create the right context for all of this, something that is more sustainable? With regard to architecture, we created 18 drills, projects to be able to use the energy. We also used photovoltaic energy and the Basque Country, well, 1 out of 3 days it rains. We also recycle rain. We use it also, the water, we reuse it for many aspects. And also recycling materials, of course, this was important to us. We focused on the content, and we were working on the context, on everything that surrounded that. And we wanted to extract our project and to share it with people from the village, as I said, with 1,000 inhabitants. We created. Monica has mentioned twice awarded as the most sustainable restaurant, but I think we're still imperfect with regard to sustainability. There's room for improvement. The amount of organic waste that we are generating at the restaurant. We talked to the city council, to the people from the village, and we created this space outside the restaurant where not only for us, but also for people from the village to be able to create compost. It's been a success. Everybody's using it. Recovery of autochthon species. We have recovered 400 varieties in a small geographical space, 400 local varieties of species that were about to disappear. We have recovered them, we have studied them, and we've shared this information with small producers to be able to value products that are more resistant, that have organoleptic properties that are marvelous. Some of these products, well, they're not being bought because they're not as beautiful, they're not so pleasing to the eye. And this has been important to us. We've had to understand that our surroundings are a treasure, not only to walk around. The pandemic has been important with regard to this, to realize this. Before, we knew we had this treasure, but close by.
And that's why we wanted to value these, the things that are close to our terroir, to our territory. I can tell this to a chef, and they're going to understand me perfectly well, because in many cases we use the same code, the same language. But how can I reach my friends, my colleagues, my peers, the ones that have nothing to do with my sector? I want to invite them to come outside. And so we started working with other disciplines, and we had to learn from other sectors. So if we went to the university and we started working with the fine arts students, and we tell them, hey, we know this about our own environment. We've been working with some experts in flora. How can we make it beautiful and to help us reach people? So we created, some grants, and they created this amazing notebook in which they explain all the treasures. All the treasures that people living in the Vizcaya area can find in their surroundings, and I believe it's super cool. What else have we done? We've got a producer community. It's great to talk about small producers. I mean, it's super nice, but I mean, it's very hard to. It's very easy to make their life impossible when they're looking for excellence, because we say, we work with craftsmen and small producers. But I work in a 3 Michelin star restaurant, and we aspire to excellence. There's a bunch of people working in the restaurant, and when I get there in the morning at 8:15, I want the logistics to be extraordinary and outstanding. I want the fish to be ready in the fish table with the perfect packaging, and I want the thing to be there. Everything has to be like this, and everything has to be there at the same time. And when I go to talk to Luis Acillona, he's the one that you can see here on screen. I say, hey, Luis, I need these at 8:15, 345 grams of the special piece that. Oh, come on! He's a small producer, so I can either help him or I can annoy him, and so I take him out of his daily job and the way in which he normally does things. So, what have we done here? Well, 2 different tasks. First, we created a mediator. The mediator is we created an agency that visits all of our small producers to make their life easier and get us closer to them and have the logistics we require. That way, the small producer can keep on working and doing, what they normally do in their daily life without us having a negative impact in their lives. And what else have we done? We have made a calculation. So in a year, we might publish about 1,000 recipes for different media that ask us for some things. Hey, send us a recipe, we're going to publish this, send us another recipe, we're going to publish that. And so we had an idea, which was great. The woman, she's an amarilla gura. She produces purple onions. Maybe many years ago nobody knew about it. Maybe now it does. But she was working with a community of producers who were growing these onions, and they just didn't find a big profitability in it. And we told her, Ana Maria, you've got an amazing product. I mean, it's exceptional, this purple onion. So anytime they ask us for a recipe, this year, we thought about this 9 years ago. So we're going to send a recipe that uses this purple onion. And all the guys from our sector that read it, they're going to say, they're annoying with this purple onion. What's going on? So, well, we were able to recover a product that was about to disappear. But that's not the most magical thing about it. What's amazing about it is that we recovered a community of women that now work behind this product. And even more important than recovering the product, we have recovered this craft in that community, which is super cool in my opinion. And what else can we do? I'm just bringing tangible things, so it's not just words. So this thing you can see on screen now, this is what you get when you finish eating here. And this is the oil I have used to make your food. So with the oil that I've used, I recycle it and I give it to Oyane, which she's a craftswoman from a local community, and she's making soap. So she uses that oil to make soap, and this is the proportional part of the amount of oil you consumed in a restaurant. Another project. This one's. We've been working on this project. We started November last year. We signed an agreement with NASA, and sounds a bit science fiction, but I tried to land it because I have been trained. I haven't got enough knowledge to tell you about outstanding things that are happening in space. But the thing is that we're working with mycelium, and it turns out that NASA is interested because they want to transport and build. Because they want to build things in the outer space with materials that are low weight, and so they can build different structures, and mycelium is one of them. And what we're doing with them is they are developing and building different structures for us, for the rest, because everything that's going to be brought to space has to work for us. So we are creating coffee mugs, tables, chairs, everything. But it's super cool because, mycelium at the same time is a product that's very sustainable, it's very healthy, and we are creating new generation products. And when I talk about new generation products, I like to highlight that we are not trying to create products that look like or want to substitute fish or meat, because fake fish, why do you have to call them fake fish? If it's not fish and it's not meat, it's just something else. It's a new generation product, and we're working in an amazing project with them here as well. So I've been talking about a bunch of things, but let's go ahead and let's start talking about health. Health is essential in my opinion, and some examples. So internal nurturing. So this is what we do. We try to feed people, and this is a program. And in the restaurant, we don't eat very well. In many of the restaurants, we used to eat, just rushing things and not sitting down, and our diets were unbalanced. And we said, we can't do this. We cannot try to make other people happy without us being happy before. So we work with different nutrition experts, and we created a strategy to have a healthy diet as well. And after that, you start thinking about external, the external world and feeding other people. Please allow me to stop here because we have more allergies, more intolerance, and so it was I mean, some people come to our restaurant and they tell you, I can't eat this product. So when they make a reservation, we already ask, have you got any sort of allergy, something you don't like? But I mean, in a table of 6, the one who made the reservation might not know that someone has some sort of an issue. So they go there and they say, if I eat this product, I might die. What? What did you just say? Well, I'll die. And the people, the kitchen say, I'm not cooking today. I don't dare to do anything here. I mean, because we're not trained to have all this sort of medical knowledge or nutrition knowledge to tackle this sort of issues. So what we did find, we reached an agreement with the hospital that's close to our restaurant, and we got ready for it to be able to keep or have the best way you can to be able to face these kind of issues. And well, let's go ahead. So now, feeding our society, and I do have to show this to you. I'm looking like a magician, just taking things out of the bag. Well, we have published different books. We have some super complex recipe books, and from the 3 Michelin star restaurant. But this is the toughest and hardest book I've ever done in my life. Why? Well, because this book's thought to for people who have some difficulties. In some cases, that have to do with food. People we have child obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and people who need it for the elderly or pregnant women. So why was it so hard to do this book? Because in each of the chapters, we try to include a week-long menu, and all the menus have to be very easy to prepare. Except Sunday. Except Sunday, I force you to cook and devote some time to it. But the rest of the week has to be fast. And products that you can find in any supermarket that are close to your house. And why is it so hard? Because each of the chapters been signed off by a medical specialist, and they made our life impossible. They told, my guys who have kidney issues, you can't use the water in which you have cooked cauliflower because it is bad for my patients. So it's a book that's been amazing to do. And after having done that, we went a step further and we said, okay, now we have a book written with doctors, so let's face something else. I mean, this was even a bigger stretch because, well, in hospital, hospital food. Everyone's heard about hospital food. Well, the people who cook in hospital, there are people who have to be taken into account because sometimes taken into account the budget they've got and their obligations and how restricted their field is. It's hard. And so we thought, well, if all the knowledge we have acquired throughout many, many years about food, can be used for something else and having just a great restaurant. It has to be able to give out something to our society. So we thought about going all the cooking schools in our area, recruiting a young talent, explaining that the knowledge they were getting in school is very important if they want to own a restaurant tomorrow, but it's just as important to try to transform their own society. And with that young talent, we were able to design the menu for hospital, the hospital that's close to us. And we did something with other sectors, because if there's something horrible in hospitals, it's not food. It's the tray in which you serve that food. That's really something that's ugly, and that's tough to see. And so we went to Deusto University, and we created a grant there as well, and we asked them to change the tray. So instead of using those horrible colors, to build something that provide a bit of hope as well. So, sorry, I'm elaborating too much and time's going by. So a bit faster. This is the process we're developing right now. This is a project. I think this is my life project, really. And I have two daughters. One of them's 9 and the other one's 12. And I wonder, what's the future I can provide to my children, or what can be my legacy for my kids? The restaurant? No, but really, something. Well, what can I do? So I can give them some recipes. I teach them how to cook, as much as they want. But I truly believe that you should educate to be re-educated, and in a very basic way. Imagine if I teach my daughters what the primary sector is, and I teach them what a product is. I'm not talking about, being too specific, really, but rather in general. And if I can teach them how I buy, so I don't waste, so everything is optimized and everything's healthy. And if I can teach them how to cook, and if besides cooking, I can teach them how to extend the lifespan of food so they don't have to throw it away. And if I teach them how to work with organic waste, that could be good. But if that's done by specialists in the world of education, nutrition, medicine, logistics, coaches, and people who know about or are experts in sustainability, and you put this in the hands of people, I don't know, probably an education specialist should know this, but probably people between 12 and 14, you're empowering a whole generation that's going to live at the avant-garde of sustainability, and that's the project we just fell in love with. And the last leg this chair, it's not less important, but I'm going to devote a little bit less time, because it's easy to understand. Because cuisine is very fashionable now, and today it's a great example. And people chefs are famous. I feel truly privileged. But I'm come from the Basque Country, and I felt ashamed of it. But then I realized that this could be used for good and to help people who need it. And so that's it. Thank you. My pleasure. Well, Eneko, I was thinking that I thought we're not teenagers. I mean, he's 45, but what do you get time to do all of this and all these ideas? I mean, it's just amazing. I'm going to go back and cry because I see I'm not making the most of my life. I'm very clearly. Well, thank you very much for this inspirational presentation, because it's true that you left aside your true talent, really, as we understand it, which is cuisine. I mean, with your Michelin stars. But you showed us that talent is to be able to use all of it to help society and find many different initiatives and have a better society and a more sustainable planet. Let's cook a better future together. Congratulations, thank you. And I mean, it was truly the main dish. And well, it's been great to close the morning. Let's go have lunch now, I guess. So back at 3:30. And by the way, I was just told that a very important person that we were not expected to be here is going to be here. So that's it. See you back at 3:30. Thank you.
Damas y caballeros, Audi Summit for Progress retoma su actividad en el escenario en 10 minutos. Damas y caballeros, Audi Summit for Progress retoma su actividad en 3 minutos. Rogamos tomen sus asientos.
speech. I did not know this, but thank you for inviting me. Yes, indeed, the team did not know that I'm coming. And the reason was that I was on a different meeting here in Madrid. I told them to finish quicker and make a quick rush here to be with you, because I think this is such a fabulous opportunity. And this is really something that means a lot to me, because I think the planet is in a stage where we all have to take care, where we all have to think differently, act differently, and contribute to the change that we need in order to stay here on a good side of life. And with that, I think Audi, we are trying to bring this attitude across. We're trying to make the difference. We're trying to define what progress is all about. And of course, this is a story of sustainability. This is a story of decarbonization. And it's a story of fantastic team that I have. So help me in giving a big applause to my team that has actually done this. And I think there's Edith, everybody else here. Congratulations. Well done. Well done.
Maybe she doesn't know, but she has inspired this event, because the first time she came to Spain some years ago, her big message was LLX, which means listen, learn, and exchange. So when we are in the middle of this big transformation, we thought that it was good to listen to some personalities such as Peter Diamandis, to learn from others such as Sarah, for instance, or Dimas, and to exchange with all of our colleagues. So maybe it was you from the beginning.
Well, whoever it was, but I think it's a great idea and it's a wonderful location. And I think you should convince the mayor here of the city to have this as a permanent place for discussion, for exchange. And well, okay, good luck with it. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the surprise opening. Thank you very much for being here with us. It's great that you're able to contribute to change, and this change to have a better world, this change that we are all seeing here today. And get ready, because the afternoon is going to be strong, and it's going to be strong because we are going to put these ideas that are already changing the planet. We're going to put them on paper and ground them and land them, and we're going to see how they're implemented in companies. And to do so, we're going to invite our next speaker. He is one of those people who have entrepreneurship in his DNA. He was the president of El Corte Inglés from 2014 to 2018, and now he's the president and founder of a new concept, a retail concept, which is Wow. And which is partly in the physical world and partly in the digital world, and that's changing the way in which we buy goods. So we're going to invite Mr. Dimas Jimeno. Huge hand for him, please. Dimas, I'm saying that you chose Wow, so you can get the applause straight away, right? Yeah, that's the great thing about having a name that tells you exactly what we want to do. So we want people to say wow. Well, thank you, Monica. Well, good morning. Well, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Audi for inviting me here today with some colleagues that are special as the ones that have been here on stage before me, and I'm going to be here afterwards. I hope to be up to scratch, and I hope you can enjoy this 20 minutes. We're going to be talking purely about retail. I hope you like it. Well, I'm here to tell you, explain what this phygital thing is, what it means, and what it does, especially the depth of a concept that tries to shed some light on how we're going to consume and how we're going to have to buy, starting now and especially in the future. Any project, any vision, any strategy is always inspired by something, it has a starting point. I want to tell you my story because I think it's important, and you're going to see that it really helps understand what I'm about to tell you. I'm sure many of you don't know in a place that I'm going to show you right now. It was called El Encanto. El Encanto, that was, they were placed in Cuba, and they were at its highest in the first half of the 20th century, and a bit in the second half of the 20th century as well. And they are important for several reasons. And these three men are very important for Spanish distribution. The first one is Cesar Rodriguez, the first of my relatives who went there to find something to do in Cuba, but he ended up being the Director General of this place. But then we've got Ramón Areces, the founder of El Corte Inglés, and Pepín Fernández, the founder of Galerías Preciados. So this is a distribution of distribution retail, and we cannot understand what has happened in Spain and its commerce, and without understanding that everything has its roots. So a bit of history now. It was brought in 1888, and then it evolved rapidly. It's starting to look like a department store now, and you probably see an image here. It looks like many department stores. And back in 1952, it was appealing enough to have Christian Dior choosing El Canto for his collection. Not just that, but he actually had a special collection for this department store, and he didn't like the United States because they said that American department stores were not as good as these department stores. So it must have something to have someone like him doing what he did. And his competitors also went to Cuba, and especially memorable because they withstood 2 world wars, a colonial war, and it also was able to withstand the Cuban Revolution. Because some years later, it was there was a fire and it disappeared. But we should understand now what this concept did, because we're going to go back to it. Well, they knew that they had to be what the product was. They had delegations in the biggest cities, so they could always get the best product. They did worldwide advertisement. They understood that their customers were in the world, and that's why they spent a big part of their budget to be in the magazines, so that we're positioning their brand. What we call sensory marketing. You go into a store or a shop, and you recognize the smell. Well, they invented it. They had their own smell when you go into a shop, and windows, shop windows, which were the only way to show that there was something new. They changed them every week, and I must tell you that I had access to some pictures, and they were really a work of art. And stock management was very peculiar. When there were no computers, they knew exactly what had been sold, when, and they sent a message both to the warehouse and also to the supplier to make sure that the supply chain worked, which I believe it's amazing. But they were selling around the world. You could make orders on the phone, and they sent it to you, free shipment around the world. It does sound a bit like the internet, right? Well, that's the inspiration, and it's also the starting point. What's happening? Let's see why what's happening in the world of distribution is so hard, and why we need this innovative idea to understand what's going on. Well, the environment is very, very complicated now. There are a series of transformation waves that we have had to withstand, and they have gone beyond on this sector, and they are behavioral. They have an impact on how we behave and how we buy. First, we got globalization. You had to be global and be everywhere. When we didn't even have time to digest this first wave, we were in digitalization. You had to be digital as well. Then you had socialization. You also had to be social. You had to be in the middle of everything, and you had to be in touch with your customers in a very different way. This was mentioned earlier, sustainability. Now we are in the sustainability wave. Now, if you're not sustainable, your workers or your customers are just not going to choose you. And you know what the good news and the bad news are? We're going to have many more waves. And we're going to stack one upon another, and that increases the complexity and find the right solutions. And if you add these to what Mr. Diamandis mentioned, well, everything's linked now. And, well, let's take a look at which are the consumption realities we're seeing. We are in a saturated market. We've got everything. Now, every customer has everything at reach. And we have fragmentations. Well, any competitor, no matter their size, they are comparing against you in 2 weeks with a technology that's more advanced, and they are taking customers from any big retailer in the world. Then you've got big commerce, Amazon or Alibaba, and especially the big disruptors, Airbnbs or Netflix. But besides that, we have the Z generation, Generation Z, sorry. And for the first time, there's a clash between two generations. We've got digital natives and the rest. And this is creating a true issue for marketing managers, how to tackle both, understanding that they're completely different. Those who are native digitals, they see the world through their screens, and if it's not there, it doesn't exist. However, people like me, who use both digital and analogic technologies, have to, blend both things. So how can we reach both generations at the same time? Of course, it seems that everything can be done from home, but it's been proved that after the pandemic, we all went to being social beings and do everything physically in person. And then last data, what they call the gold of the 21st century. So, do you think this is the apocalypse for retail? Do you think that shops are done, everything's going to be digital? There are data that support it. Just in the United States, in the past years, over 10,000 shops have been closed, sadly. Do you know what the good news are? That precisely last year was the first year in which, in the United States, not only did they close more shops, but they opened more shops than the ones they closed, which means that we are going to see a rebirth of retail. We have to understand what's changed and not do what we were doing. Just realize that we have to change the picture. They have changed the client, the competitors, and the channels. But this is not about doing business as usual. What we can't have is not seeing what's right in front of us. And as Professor Kuhn says, we cannot realize what's happening. And you can't imagine how many people are just not seeing what's happening. Do you know what the conclusion is? This chart here, for when I don't stop and I don't realize that I have to review my whole strategy, when I have to start working on strategy in capital letters, what do? First, I cut marketing investment. And as a consequence, I sell less. Then I cut our expenses in innovation, and so I have worse products. And what happens? I cut my staff, and sales keep on going down. And what happens at the end? I have to close shops. And this vicious circle has to be changed and become these, which are the strategic elements. I have to redefine my ambition, what I want to be, why I'm different, what sets me apart. And if I haven't got this ambition, or I'm not able to transmit it to my team or my talent, I'm lost. I have to reinvent my business model. What I was doing is just useless because agents have changed. But especially an operational model, different talent, the role of technologies. I mean, it's vital to understand that technology is the true tool to make sure everything happens. But especially a business model, your business model just cannot be the same. As I was saying, generally, this is a picture that shows what's happening. We have two different kinds of clients, and both have to buy in your facilities, and they have radically different visions. The youngest of them, what's not in TikTok, what's not in Instagram, what's not in the social networks, just doesn't exist. How can we get in touch with them and make sure that we have a memorable contact with them, but not being rejected by the other part of the society, which are the ones that are actually buying? And this has to do with digital and emotional connection. This has happened before. There have always been a retail reset. Everything started with normal shops. They were born, and then you had multi-brand stores. Then we had department stores. See, they're all very physical connections because the digital aspect did not exist, but they get closer and closer to what's emotional, customer experience. I have to just do something more than just meeting a need. And some of these formats overlapped, and they learn how to coexist. Well, it's not working. But it's fine. I'm sure that in no time they're going to give me another clicker, and we're going to be able to continue. So after the department store, you know what happened? Specialized chains, and they've been the big. Thank you. So we had these specialized chain retailers, and they're the ones who started making physical connections, but especially they started using digital. What was the big disruption? Well, Amazon. What's the issue with Amazon? It's digital. So they need to go back to emotional connection. And how do they do it? Well, having shops. And this is the format I want to show today, because I believe that it's actually the future. And it's the idea of blending digital connections, but here we are. It's digitally, but from digital, it enters the physical space as well. Do you know why? Because that's the way to be both physical and emotional, and that's the future, from digital to physical. And that's the format you're going to see growing and exploding. You know what cannot happen? Sometimes you have to change everything so nothing changes. This is very important. And this has to do with emotional connection and physical connection. So what's physical? Let's try to understand it. For digital connection, technology, the best technology. But especially starting from scratch. Because do you know the issue of physical shops that want to be digital? They have obsolete structures and legacy systems that avoid them or hampers them. And they cannot have the best digital, and especially emotional connection, how with shops and stores that make you want to go back and find something that can only be found there, especially go from value to value plus. What's value? Well, it used to be a differentiating factor, and now you either have it or people leave. You know, being convenient, or being at the right price, but now you need value plus. You need a project that's unique. You need to have a brand. They don't want a product, they want a brand. Excellent service, and also an experience that forces you to go back. And this is what's happening. Look at it. We went from mono-channel to multi-channel to omni-channel. This is phygital. Two channels are blended, working together, and having designed them together from starters. And there's an additional phase. We're in there yet. Do you know what that is? Connected commerce. And to see it, you have to go to China. You know what it is? It's a platform where everyone's in. You know, logistic providers, retailers, insurance, banking, and they all grab something and leave something behind. So, if you have a business, please take a look at these 8 factors. The 8 factors you must have in mind. So, customer-centric, more than ever. Community. What's the community? Clients are here beyond what I'm offering. Why? Because they want and they like what I do. They like my values and what I'm truly transmitting, and they feel part of me. Then they'll buy. Content, especially for the digital world. I'm not saying a project. I'm saying interesting content, especially to generate that community. This is really hard to do. Now, curation. It's not enough just to choose project. This is like the chef, the great Eneco. He goes to the market every day and he chooses each product for you. But then he creates a dish, the perfect dish with the elements that are only there and they're sustainable and natural. And you know something else? It's customized. It's for you because I know who you are and what you like, and I'm doing it for you. That's the true difference, and especially convenient. Whenever you want it, however you want it, cultural, local, and circular. I have to give back to the society, and I have to be sustainable for all the reasons I mentioned earlier. So, at the end of the day, what's phygital? Well, it's easy. It's to give a purpose to a retail world that needs it, but especially we have to make it profitable because phygital it's much profitable than the present retail as we understand it today. And how can it be done? Well, creating an online platform, as I mentioned, but it's also offline. And it's got shops. Shops are not shops as we understood them, working for the digital channel. designed to be that window and that memorable connection between the digital world and the physical world. And you know what happens now? That you stop closing shops and you have to open more, because they truly become a differentiating tool and allow you to be the desired one and to be part of the success of retail. So what's digital? This is the normal process of a digital purchase, the normal one in a physical shop. And they're different because they're completely different. In one case you buy from your phone, and in the one you go physically to a shop and you buy them. So what happened when they wanted to blend both things? What did they do? They got the digital process and they added the physical. But that won't work because these processes have been designed to be what they are, and they just don't work. And same thing happened the other way around. When I wanted to create a digital connection to my physical stores, doesn't work either. What do we have to do? Start from scratch. They have to be designed from scratch to make sure they work, so both can get the best of both worlds. Do you know what the result is? That everything's better. Look at these. I mean, your brand experience is much better. Customized sales. When clients go from digital and enter a shop, they identify, you know who they are the moment they go through the door. Your sellers become personal shoppers. Each operation's customized, but the cost of acquisition is much lower as well. Do you know how many people digital marketplaces spend to get one client? And it's getting more and more expensive. But they are all working with the smallest part of the market, because no matter what they say, digital smaller than physical. And even more in Spain, it's not even 22%. So you spend a ton of money to get customers from a market that's much smaller. What happens when you connected with physical and you are getting physical customers every day, all day long, and you take them to digital? It's much cheaper, but you also get many more customers. What do you get from it? The critical mass you need to make your marketplace profitable, and especially small data. Because things happen in the store. You see a product, you don't like it, and you don't want it, you go to see another one. Do you know how much information a client provides in a physical store? Much more than in a digital environment, which is what they call big data, which is big information, but not screened. And when I do the same thing, you know what happens when I provide my physical store with something digital? You know, I have a catalog portfolio that's much wider, conversions higher, loyalty increases. And the human factor, do you know how important a good salesperson is? And especially, as I was saying, using both channels, working for each other. So, just a few quotes because we're running out of time. Please allow me to quote and remember the great Ramon Arces with a sentence I hadn't heard till shortly, but I think it's great. Our objective is to offer products to customers before they miss them. Look at that mission. I have to anticipate and not go beyond even. I have to create. I need to know what clients want when they don't even know they want them. That's just crazy. But I believe this is a great example of how things should be done. And Scott Walloway, I mean, he's not a usual suspect in the physical world. He says, unless you open stores, you'll disappear. To sell more online, you have to invest in physical retail. Isn't this great? I'm not saying it because I can't be a usual suspect, but he's saying it. And as a conclusion, just one thing. Remember I was talking about El Encanto, that store in Cuba. Do you know what El Encanto did? They knew their customer, their client, they treated them in a customized way. They surprised them every day with sensory marketing and the windows, and address the world and generate a memorable shopping experience so they came back. So why aren't we able to do what we were doing in the 20th century? So this is about understanding what's happening, knowing that this is linked to understanding what your client wants and offering them what they want, using it with both channels integrated and offering a product that's different from everybody else. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dimas, for giving us that view about the retail world and looking at the past to take us to the future. And now we're going to be talking about technology to innovate and to change the world. And now we're going to be taking a look at design and being able to generate a positive impact with design. And to do so, we're going to have two speakers, and these two guys are going to explain how design is communication and a very powerful tool to improve all of our lives. The first is Owen Rogers. He's a partner and executive portfolio manager of IDEO, and with the IDEO School, Owen Rogers has been and is an inspiration for many entrepreneurs all around the world. In Palo Alto, he created the first interdisciplinary institute. And just to give you an idea, HBO, Virgin, or Timberland are some of the brands that ask Owen for advice. And we are also going to be with Cesar Montera. He's the director of lighting at Audi. He's in charge of guiding the brand to help it become a reference in car lighting, because the design of the lights are part of the present and the future of lighting as well. Well, without further ado, I'm going to ask Owen to come on stage, and we will start with him this part that's going to be dealing with design. So huge hand for Owen Rogers. Welcome.
Thank you.
We just want to
thank you so much, Monica. Thank you everybody that's been part of bringing me here. It's a privilege to be here and to share with you a little bit about IDEO. Oops. I'm going to ask, because this is the post-lunchtime session, so I'm going to ask for a favor from all of you. I want you to turn round and just say hello to somebody that you've never met. Hopefully you're near somebody. Just turn round or turn next to somebody and just say hello. This is a post-lunch, just a joyful moment. That's it. So come back to me. That was just a little bit of a moment to be joyful. I've got a short amount of time. I'm going to spend a little bit of time telling you about IDEO, in case you don't know about IDEO or what I think makes IDEO unique. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we think about the future and what we're thinking about. So IDEO is a company that is 44 years old. We started in Silicon Valley. We have about 700 people across the globe. We're a global company. We pride ourselves on that because of some of the things I'll talk about later when you think about how we show up and who we are. We've literally done thousands of projects. So there are hundreds of projects happening each year, but in the 44 years, we have designed everything from an animatronic whale to the future of a book to cars, dare I say. And do people in, I haven't worked here before, but is design thinking a thing here? Does everyone know what design thinking is? Great. So we have design thunk everywhere and about pretty much everything you can think of. And so I just want to put a fine point on it. All design thinking is a tool to help people think like designers. We made it famous. A lot of people have done it because what it does is it allows you to bring curiosity back into your business. It's a tool essentially for businesses so that they can get in touch with who they used to be before they optimized, before they became about supply chain, before they became about just the bottom line. So in that 40 years, we've had a really, really simple philosophy. We use design to help us solve complex and intractable problems. This is one that we did when I first joined IDEO about 25 years ago. This was a project that we did for Kodak. And I wish they'd listened. They didn't listen to us. But what this was a moment in time. Can you even remember before there was your phone on your camera and there were digital cameras and you used to have those point and click cameras? Can you imagine what it was like to take thousands of pictures? I have 15,000 pictures of my children on my phone. I don't have it in my pocket. Can you imagine can you remember what it was like back then before we had any idea of what it meant to scroll through an album or to make a favorite picture or to edit it on the fly. So this was a project that was about thinking about the future of photography as digitization was happening. 1997 this was. For those 30 years, we've firmly inhabited the future. So that's why it's particularly relevant today, is that I have a point of view, IDEO holds a point of view about the future and how the future can help us and how the future can help humanity. These are some of the projects that we've done. Oh, I'll let it play. So, we've designed what you do when you think about the future is you're trying to cast a future scenario so that when you cast that scenario, you're forced to design the experiences that humans have, even though they're not real because the future isn't here yet. And as you start to do that, you're starting, as many of the speakers have said today, design is a very tangible thing. So you're actually forced to design the objects of the future. And again, it's not that they're going to be right, but what they do is they point a direction into the future. So this was a project that I actually led that was about digitization of content and media before we went non-linear. So you could actually see that content was going to start going between screens. And so for me, it's kind of exciting to be at moments like this because can you remember life before Netflix? It's hard now, right? But before Netflix, everything was linear. I'm sure you all had your favorite shows and you would wait for a Thursday evening at 7:30 and you'd finish, actually you're in Spain, so you wouldn't be at dinner yet. Before you go for dinner, you would catch your favorite show and then you'd go out for dinner. That doesn't happen anymore. But imagine trying to think through that. How would you think through that, what those scenarios would be, and therefore what would be the products, the services, and experiences that would win and be meaningful to people in the future? So time and again, inhabiting that future space, which is what you've heard a lot of today, enables us to manifest this credible and viable present. So what is it that we're going to do today that allows us to get to that future state that we're talking about? However, I thought it was very complicated when I worked for HBO to help them design the future of media, entertainment. The questions that we're being asked now, because we are being asked these questions, are so much more complicated and they're so much more interconnected. And you've heard about some of them today. I'm going to share a couple of them. And they require different skills and different tangible moments of the present, but they can still be designed. I threw in this quote last minute because I couldn't resist this. My son, who's 17, was asking me what the most important thing was that I wanted to get across today. And I quickly scanned this out of a book and put it in the presentation. This is an Albert Einstein quote. And so I think as these questions are becoming more complicated, and you'll see some of the ones that we're thinking about, I think this quote sums up what I spend most of my life doing these days. I use design to help ask what the questions are that we're trying to answer, and then we go away and we figure out the really cool stuff that actually brings that to life. But really trying to figure out what it is you're trying to answer is the important factor here. So in all of that time, and as the questions have changed and they've become more complicated, I still hold on to a couple of foundational beliefs that allow us to do what we do, because it is quite daunting when somebody comes to you and say, we want you to think of the future of And you're like, wow, that's great, but you've got to start somewhere. So there's a couple of foundational beliefs that I think stick at the heart. And you've heard the Lombard technique. There's lean. There's design thinking. All of these processes are very similar. But there are two things that I think separate design and human-centered design from everything else that is out there. The first is that we put people at the center of everything we do. So we fundamentally believe that if you can understand people's deep-seated needs, then you can really service them. And this doesn't mean asking people. This means really spending time with people in their context, in their environment, and helping the designers to be able to understand what it is you're trying to fulfill. And however simple this may seem, this is the reason I believe that we're still in business. Because businesses that come to us that want our help forget over time that they're serving their end customer, the person that is buying their product, the person that chooses this product over this product. And so to bring the customer, to bring their consumer, the person that's buying their product, back into the center of the equation to say, what are the needs that this person has, not what are the products we want to sell them. So bringing the person right at the center of what you do. And then this is I love this phrase, but it's let the work do the work. So it's so tempting as a business and as people for us to sit around and have meetings, endless. How many of you just have meetings? I saw like 5 people smile straight away. Just have endless meetings all day long where all you do is talk. That's all you do. Design is a tangible, hands-on expression of making decisions. You get your hands dirty, you roll up your sleeves and you make stuff, and it will lead you to learning. I was talking to the guy who started WOW. I was like, that WOW, for any of you who haven't been there, is like the most exciting physical prototype I've been to in years. It is amazing. The learnings they must be having. There's so many companies are talking about the mashup of physical and digital, but they're actually doing it there. So let the work do the work. Do something and learn from it. Let it tell you what it's going to do. So I'm about halfway through. I'm going to now tell you what it is that we're thinking about. What are the questions that we're being asked? And interestingly, because we've been doing this for quite some time now, there's this interesting combination of questions that we're being asked, but also questions we're putting out into the world that we want to be asked. We want to be part of groups of people coming together to talk and answer these very complicated, very interconnected questions. The first one, very relevant to today, designing climate-era businesses. So what are these businesses? Who are they? How do they behave? What do they hold true? So I was here this morning. For those of you that were here, the panel that was up here was, for me, was fantastic. The guy Adam from GQ, when he said, "You know what? We're not going to talk. We're not going to say bullshit anymore. We're actually going to do it. We're not going to tell people we've got an ESG strategy and we're this and we're that. We're going to do it." And I found that so desperately inspirational because there's a lot of greenwashing out there. So I use these 2 examples because I think design allows you, again, to think about design and think about the toolkit of designers to be curious and ask questions. So this is a project we did for H&M. You know, fast fashion is under huge pressure right now. I don't know if any of you are in it, but it's a pretty difficult business to be in. It's doing bad stuff to our environment. By using design and design thinking and putting it at the center of what they do, they've managed to just move to all paper packaging. They are a huge retailer. You think of the impact that that's going to do. They wanted to do that. They weren't able to do it until they actually used this new tool at their disposal, which is called design. And then this is on the other end of the spectrum. We work with a big institute called the Conservation Institute in America that is its sole purpose is to preserve virgin land across the planet for future generations. And what they wanted to do was actually bring curiosity and creativity back into their organization. So we've been working with them for the last 18 months, and to literally, for their leaders, to create creativity boot camps where they could start to learn how to find their creativity again, so that they could start to think about the future, so they could start to create the future that they want to see. Secondly, creating inclusive futures. So these should all sound like buzzwords because they're the reasons that people aren't tackling them. But there are companies out there, there are people out there that are doing the real work that it takes to do this. And this should be on everybody's lips. It's on design's lips. We've been criticized as a company for not being inclusive. I'm actually going to give you an example. This is a great example. I'm going to stand up on stage now and I'm going to fail in front of you. So we did this project for Bend, Oregon, which is a state capital in the US. And the idea was that they wanted to create an educational environment for their community. And so we wrote the brief and we wrote the proposal and off we went. It was brilliant. Everything was brilliant. And it was to serve underserved communities in Bend, Oregon. And one person said, you know what? I'm not sure that a bunch of white male designers from Palo Alto should be designing this for underserved black minorities in Bend, Oregon. And we were like, uh-oh. That was a big wake-up call to the design community, a big wake-up call to IDEO. We are the big people in the design world. And we got criticized. That hurt. But we learned from it. We learned from it. We changed our, on this project, we changed our team, we changed our process, and we changed the deliverable. The entire thing got changed because they called us to action. And then this lady here is the Minister for Future Generations. I find her desperately inspiring for Wales. And Wales wants to be one of these countries that actually takes this on and creates inclusivity so that their future generations are the designers of their national state. And so we work with them at COP26. We're going to be with them at COP27, helping them design their way forward. And then the last piece of the puzzle, and these are three very big questions, is to do all of this. I'm a consultant. I work in the industry. I work with all people like you. The only way to do this is to actually build the transformed organizations. I'm pointing at you because when you said it, it's a mindset shift. Most organizations don't even know that yet. Or if they do, they don't know how to get there. How can you stop doing what you're doing today and do something different when the thing that you do today has to pay for that transformation? That is a huge question. One way that design can really do that is by providing labs. Labs are a really great way for things to be a prototype without them being too serious or too accountable. So we built this one in Peru for Peru's biggest organization called Intercorp. And this is solely about transforming the organizations. It's a conglomerate. There's 27, I think it's 27 companies, and they all now have little labs within them. And all they're trying to do, they're trying to change the Peruvian middle class. So they're trying to understand the Peruvian people from a human-centered perspective so that they can serve them. And then Palmwood is a lab that we just did with the Dubai government to try and help them understand, because guess what? As you've all said, we're not going to be relying on petroleum 50 years from now. So what do they have? They have to go through transformation. So these are the three questions that we've put out into the world and now are coming back to us. These are the three things that we'll still work with people on. We still have clients that want to figure out the future of oral health care. But when they come to us, we'll say, sure, we'll work with you, but these are the three things that we care about now. These are the three things that we have to change for humanity. If we don't take these on, if you don't take them on, then we'll go our separate ways. It's just not worth us doing it. So I think, considering I've tried to share with you how we think about design, what design is, and what the potential of design can offer you through that transformation to ask the big questions, We think more than ever the future needs to be designed. You need to be thinking about that future state so that you can make plays right now that are going to change things. These are some of the things that are happening in our planet right now. You know, we are in a global crisis. We are at war. There is mass migration. These are the questions. And being a designer, I'm inherently optimistic. I see these as opportunities. I want us to go away and tackle these, but we can't do it on our own. We have to do this as a global community. So we want to shape the world of today by imagining the world of tomorrow. And we think that's a very tangible way to do that. And because I'm up here now and I get to ask this, I want to ask you, what is the future you want to imagine? What do you want to do? What do you want the world to be like? Again, I point at you, Henrik, because you set it up on the stage. When Henrik they painted that picture of driving this beautiful car in the beautiful countryside, enjoying himself while not harming you and not harming you and not harming you. I was like, oh, wow, that's a beautiful future to paint. So I just want to leave that with all of you. What are the futures you want, and how can you help to create them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was incredible. César is here, and I think we can take a seat. We're going to listen to you, César, and then we will ask you to join us.
So, I don't see my slides. Okay, the first one. Audi Light is a human-centered design. I'm going to tell you about it in about 15 to 20 minutes. And I'm going to do it by taking you through 3 important chapters. Chapter number 1, life as a light experience. Let's talk about it. And I will do it by explaining to you my first experiences in life. I know which one was my first experience in life. I don't remember it, but I know which one I was born. And that day I went from shadow into the light. There you go. The first time I had the celebration, I was 1 year old. I had 1 candle in the cake, and I was asked to blow the candle. And I went back from the light into the shadow. Then I had my first dream. My grandfather said, come with me, we will look through the telescope to the moon and the stars. He told me, the light that you see is light from the past. Then the first time I experienced being speechless. I stood in a bar in front of this big box. It had a screen, a black screen. The lights went on. There was 2 little white strokes, and you could move them and play a game with light. Then the first time I felt truly independent is when I could take the car keys and drive everywhere, day or night. Important. The first time I felt part of the crowd, it was when I went to one of my favorite rock concerts, also rock bands in a concert, and the whole air seemed to be filled with sound, but also light. You know, those are my experiences, but I'm sure that you'll recognize your own experiences exactly the same way and probably everywhere in the world. And you see, the common path between all of us and all our experiences is just light. We, Audi light designers, we are addressing constantly and consistently this path, like the people. And what we're doing is we are designing that moment, the moment that you are going to experience light. And it has to be, of course, very Audi-like, but also as special and unique as yourself. This is why we do the things we do. Let me take you to chapter 2. Audi as a light experience. Now, the path of the people in their lives is an emotional path, but also a physical one. They move from one place to the other. So Audi, you find the light in the car, on the car, outside the car, and soon even beyond the car. This is because we understand the people's needs, but we also understand the technological possibilities. We design for people because we truly believe that real good design is the one that aims to a better world. It has to be a better world. And this is why Audi Light is not styling. We focus on both things: high aesthetics, of course, beautiful objects, emotional objects, but also on high functionality. Safety is the main issue for functionality. And then, you see, when you put both things together, you have Audi design. Actually, in other words, Audi design is aesthetic intelligence. So, when we design for people, I lost my track, but let's put it this way. I think that the most important thing to do is to design that moment, the moment that you're going to experience something new. And to do this, we do it by designing the small physical object in a car, a light, in the front or in the rear, but also the big digital gesture. It is this moment where you feel it's a positive one. We are having an attitude, as an Audi light designers, we have this attitude to change and to improve the world, to make the moments really positive. When we design our cars, we design for the people, and we listen also to the people. We do listen to what they say. And the people say, I want to explain my experience. They do it in the social networks, or everybody wants to explain what they just did. So they want to share, they want to talk, they want to communicate. Now, at the moment, we have achieved the moment in our life where we can, or in our development, where we can say all these technological advances in the last 15 years can now really come into play. You see, in the future, digitalization will be used for communication purpose. This is what the people need to communicate. This will also be the key for future mobility. Any type of mobility, it doesn't matter which one it is, you're going to use digitalization and communication. Now, I want to show you the vision of this possible future. Look at this. This kid wants to play football. The Audi recognizes the moment, projects a goalkeeper, a goal, ready for the Champions League final maybe, I don't know. He's going to kick out, let's see. The Audi just projected the goalkeeper. Of course, the kid wins 1-0, well done. Now the kid is sharing their experiences with the father, and they get distracted. A ball comes on the road, the car recognizes it, stops, projects on the floor a hand to stop, a type of light barrier. The kid can pick up the ball safely and go back to the side. And now the kid in the car realized that the projection light was not just for fun. It was for this moment. It was for saving his life. One day might be him standing outside and picking the ball. So what we said, over 1 million pixels for one decisive moment. We couldn't wait for this future to come. To be honest, we are designers, we want now. It has to happen now, the future. So we brought this into production. We have already the technology to do that. It's called digital matrix LED technology. You can project like a type of light carpet, you can see. Then you can see here some signs in front of you, that describes how far you are from the car. If you go in a difficult situation, like a road work here, the light will guide you through the road work, even bending, shows you exactly the width of your car, so it feels very safe. We will also be able to project warning signs if the car has identified a danger in front of you. We'll project it in front of you. All this without disturbing anybody else. It's just for the driver. Soon we will be addressing motorcyclists and bicycles and pedestrians, and we'll project also light on the side. You know, the most accidents happen on the side when somebody wants to turn and you didn't see the indicator. To do this, we do it very small with this. This is the digital matrix light chip. Inside here, you're going to have to believe me on that. I don't have the microscope, but believe me. Inside here, inside this little piece here, is 1.3 million mirrors moving at about 5,000 times per second. And only like this we can do what we do for the better world. Not for the better light for the driver, but also for the better world. Maybe you save your life by having this technology. Now, what we do in the front, we'd also do it in the rear, obviously. The tail lights, mostly, the people say, oh, a thin light, it's okay. But since many people are behind the cars, each other, we thought, let's do a display. Because if you do a display, you can do these signatures, these light signatures, but you can also do communication. You need to talk, to tell the people what's going to happen. And this is what it's, look at this, look carefully, and you will see what it's going to do. It's going to do communication. You see? We use well-known signs, well-known movements. In the future, if the legislation allows even well-known colors, this is to make it simple for everybody to learn what's important, what are we communicating. And let me tell you, we could also not wait for the future. Future cannot wait, we have to do it now. So it's already in production. Digital OLEDs, this is what we use here, is already on production. We have in the A8, for example, this digital OLEDs. And a change sample. Okay, I'm going to show you this. You see this? This is this digital OLED. Inside there's 60 segments. Yeah, I'm going to come a bit closer so that you can see them. Yeah, this is 60 segments. Maybe you can see them if I move them a bit. Yeah, there's like the little triangles. Those are the ones there where you can change the signature. You can change the communication thanks to this digital OLED. Now, also, I told you about 1.3 million mirrors with a light in front. Let me tell you something about this one. The light-emitting surface, just the surface that makes the light, is 200 times thinner than your human hair. Pretty impressive. The rest, metal and glass, just to protect it and to mount it in the car. This is the future, so we're going for digitalization. Now in the front and in the rear, let's have a look all together. Oops. The Urban Sphere, our latest show car. You can see here the lights awakening on the car, the communication in the front, like a light canvas, the same happening in the rear. So front and rear exactly the same, but also the same will happen on the side. The communication, the emotion that you see on the front and the rear happens on the side. The customer comes, is a welcome red carpet. Here, hardly to see on the video, it's a bit cutted now. But now you also have the animation on the interior, a warm welcoming. And to be honest, this is on the car, in the car, outside the car, and we want beyond the car. And this is the moment beyond the car. When you leave the car, you take the Audi light umbrella, and you walk safely and elegantly to your destination. The light umbrella will be connected to your mobile devices, knows where you are, will blink when you're crossing the road. So communication is a very big issue. Or, you know what Audi means in Latin? Audi means in Latin, listen. This is true. It means listen. But in the future, Audi light will mean talk, communicate. And this not only in Latin, in any language, since anywhere in the world has to know what we're saying. Right. I told you about this is the what we do. I hope it moves the slide. Right. The what we do. I told you about the why we do it, the what we do, and now how we do it, because other people say like, yeah, you designers, how you do that, yeah? So let me tell you something. We are all different, of course, and we have our experiences, we have our interest, yeah? We are like this. So I have to sit down because let me tell you something. I learn some things that I take as a toolbox. You probably do the same. You have a toolbox inside of you, and wherever you are in a situation, you use this toolbox. My toolbox is the following, is this one. I learned how to connect ideas by reading Edward de Bono's theory on the lateral thinking. Very interesting books, by the way. I learned from Frank Lloyd Wright that you can create while talking. You can talk and talk and talk and create at the same time, have ideas. Very interesting. I learned from my favorite architect, Antoni Gaudí, that you can observe and create by observation. This is why he did the buildings that he did. He observed, of course, nature. Then I learned that important thing in creative process is actually the play. Have fun. By having fun, you can create something really good. You have to be free in your mind. And this is something that Bruno Munari, an important Italian designer, applied. Actually, he actually went to schools to teach the kids to play and be creative at the same time. Maybe not so different as we saw before. And the last but not least, or two things more, I learned that creativity is a process that has no time. What's all about being this pressure, like you have to finish, for sure I have to finish now, yeah? What's all about this? In a creative process, there is no time. The idea comes when it comes. It is like this, yeah? So, and last but not least, now really, is I learned that timeless design, true timeless design, you have to follow Brown principles. So Dieter Rams principles. If you want to do something truly simple, simplified, like the Bauhaus, then timeless, it will be the perfect way to do it. Now, those are my learnings. Now put all the light designers, because this is just me, yeah? Put them all together, let them connect and share and talk and do whatever, and talk about bicycles and about the black holes and in sky, and then, I don't know, later about robotics. They're just talking to each other nonstop, yeah? And you have our creative process. This is not a static one where you just put things on the wall, no way. This is as dynamic, yeah, and as emotional as light itself. It is like this. And you know where it happens, this? You want to bet where it happens? This doesn't happen in our design office most of the time. It happens in our secret office. The dining table. He was also here, the colleague before, talking about eating. Yeah, this is our creative process, because when you are talking about creation as awakening of your emotional intelligence, when we're talking about this, there's no better place than the dining table to free your mind. This is where you are as natural as you can be, and the ideas flow, I promise you, they flow. Now, let me tell you something. You should take now a good drive with all what you're hearing here towards the future. Drive towards the future. And you know what? The Audi lights will take you there. Enjoy it.
Cesar, so the design of light allows you to move into the future. And we can start with you, Cesar. How do you design for the future to make sure that at the same time you can improve the life of people?
We design for the future by taking care of everybody. I mean, truly taking care of everybody. It means focusing on people's needs. It doesn't matter whether they are young or old, or if they are here in Spain or somewhere else. We focus on the people. Only that you can do real design, because you need to have a focus on what is their needs. By focusing on their needs, you know what you are trying to achieve. But let's be honest, it also has to be nice and emotional. And we want our future not only to be a better world, it has to be a nicer world, if it's possible.
So, Owen, I don't know how we can get to this human-centric vision. I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's complex. When applying it to design, at least.
It is. It was interesting earlier. There was something that was said. I wanted to put a finer point on when you said everybody can be creative. You can teach. I think everybody can be empathic to creativity. I think I loved actually sharing the stage with Cesar, because I think you saw two sides of design, and we both practice both, right? But within our session, we were able to share. There's what I shared, which I think is the sort of inherent value to business of design, and then there's the beauty of design as an activity, and the passion and the energy that goes into that. And so I think part of that, and Cesar talked a little bit about that, but that we do is we are the designers are taught and we train to be the translators of observation. Like I'm observing my customers, the people that use my product, to what their needs are, and there's a part of our process. I know it's the same process where you observe and there's an insight, and that leap is creative, and then there's insight to ideation, and that leap is creative. And there are, like everything in the world, there's people that are great at it, and there's people that aren't as good at it. He's great at it, right?
But I'm not the only one. I forgot to tell you, everybody, the light design is not alone. We have light engineering that are extremely good. What you saw it is the engineers' masterwork, and we work like in a team. So the vision, we have to share the vision. And I think this creativity stays in all of us. We just have to call it. We just have to call it to free it, like it has to be there. And then they can do things like what we do.
And probably share it as well, because we are precisely in this environment to share ideas and show that another world is possible. So, Owen, how important are these alliances for the design of the future?
I mean, I think it's everything. I think unless, again, Cesar showed this, I think I showed this, I think unless you're willing to collaborate and not try and own you can own the execution, like Audi can be different, but I think the days of we're not going to talk to our competitors and we're not going to drive their cars, and I think those days are gone. I think that the world is now much smaller than it used to be. We're all connected. The problems are bigger. They're more interconnected. We should be collaborating more, and therefore, hence what's at the core of inclusion is you will have more lived experience. You'll have more points of view coming to the table, and therefore it will be a richer outcome.
I 100% I agree. None of us has the absolute intelligence of everything, If I ask here somebody what do you do the best, for sure we would be surprised. What do they do? We need the help of everybody. The future is going to be very complex, very, very complex. We realize already with the lights. We need to learn to do the communication, and it's going to be very difficult. And we need the best people on board to achieve this better world. And if it's not from us, if it's from somebody else and is in a collaboration, is always welcome. We need just a better world.
And you think about mobility, when you dig into the topic, one of the biggest collaborators has to be local governments and lawmakers. A company even as big as Audi couldn't do it on their own. You don't make the law, exactly. You don't plan the cities, but you should be involved in planning the cities. You should be bringing this thought to what's happening, and I see that everywhere now. Those days of we need to guard this, we need to write IP, we need to own it, those days are gone, and anybody that's playing that is...
Well, this is the City Council of Madrid, so we're actually in the right place. This is the right environment to be able to get the right legislation. And Cesar, in Audi, you told us that Audi in Latin means to listen. And you are very aware of a new way of communicating light as a new language. Why? How did you get that such a powerful insight?
We think that it's very important, the communication, and to create this new language, because what I was saying, that the world is going to be too complex. So you know that we're going to have autonomous driving cars moving around. And in those cars, the person is not looking. You saw it in the videos, maybe distracted, and then it's going to be a mixture between the non-autonomous and like a bicycle or motorcycle, and the autonomous cars, intelligent cars. Is everything too complex? And what we need in our lives is a simpler life. A better life is also an easier life. And this is only possible if we developed the language to talk to each other. It's the most difficult thing I've ever done, I promise you, but this is the target. We have to improve the world, so we started.
They do say that simplicity is the hardest thing to design.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, because it requires complex ideas, right? So how can we accelerate innovation for the future from the design perspective?
I mean, I had this was not in my answer before, but I was thinking earlier today after Peter's presentation that they had early on years ago they'd locked into the notion of competition. I think there are many other underlying human behaviours that are that can really accelerate the notion of being human-centered and just generating new ideas. And one of them is, somebody mentioned earlier, but one of them is play. I think we've forgotten how to play as humankind, and I can feel that coming back in. Like companies, clients are really interested about playfulness and how that comes back into our vernacular and how we can use that. I think there's so many. I think if we bother to listen to people again, there's so many cues into what that's going to mean for us.
Cesar, how can the world of design or help the world of design look at things differently?
Designers tend to look at the other side. I don't know why. It's difficult to explain, but if you always look at the same side, you always have the same solution. So maybe this is what drives us to turn around. You look at the mountains, you always know them from one side, go to the other side. It's a different sunset and it's a different feeling, We need to do that. So I think that by forcing constantly to see the other side, we are driving innovation. But as I said, we are not the only ones. Innovation is a common path. We might set the ball rolling, but to achieve it, to make it really feel and as an experience, as innovation, you need everybody. So we're going to maybe give the first kick, and then we have all to play this game.
Well, let's do it then, right?
Let's do it.
Oh, let's play.
Yeah, let's have fun.
I was like waiting for the translation. What? That was delayed. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you very much. It's been very enriching, and Cesar and Owen, thank you very much for shedding some light on today's session. So I would like to invite you to
thank you.
Follow the rest of the session. So a huge hand for them, please. And let's continue with these the challenges. And now one of the challenges is help consumers change their habits and be more sustainable. And now I would like to welcome Inma Bermudez. She's an industrial designer. She has won several awards, the Eve Design Awards, Retro Design Awards, Design Prize, Design Plus, amongst others. And recently, the National Award of Design 2022. She's the first special designer working with IKEA, and she also wants to change the world with her craft. So huge hand for her, for Inma. Well, welcome, and it's all yours. Well, thank you. I'm a bit nervous, so I need a bit of love. No. I would like you to hug each other. Owen was saying, say hello to each other, but I want you to hug. Really, come on. No, I'm joking. But well, it could be an icebreaker. I can get relaxed and get it all out, and we can start. So, well, I'm here to talk about my thing. Well, my name is Inma Bermudez. I'm an industrial designer. Which one is it? The green one? Okay, got it. That's me, Inma. So I told you I'm an industrial designer, and I consider myself a very fortunate people because I walk in my passion, which is design, and it's really worth a lot, because we spend a lot of, well, a great part of our lives walking, so it's great. That's me. I mean, the screen here, tons of saturation. Look at the other one, look better. And since I was a little kid, I always loved drawing. So it was always my passion. I didn't know it was design, but when I got to college, there was something you could study, which was industrial design. And I thought that was the right choice for me. I can't remember when I started, but I do remember that in 2001, when I was finishing, I decided to go abroad, and I had an with Erasmus, and I decided the future to decide for me, because I applied to all the countries that were available: Italy, the Netherlands, France, the UK, and Germany. And I was lucky to, well, given that nobody in my university was brave enough to go to Germany without speaking any German, well, I got it, and I could spend a year in Germany. So what did I do in Germany? Well, I adapted very well. And after a year, I started working. Look at it, cooking some paella with coal. And, well, I started working in some design companies. It was great to learn a lot about Germans. Hello, Audi. And what did I do besides that? In the summer, I spent my time working, because I was working in this wonderful place, Wavusay. If you don't know it, please take a look at its website. It's paradise. It's in the southwest of France, and this is where I'm sorry. Okay. I'll focus. So they study design, architecture, fine arts, lighting. So it's a true paradise. I worked there for 4 years, and I was lucky. That's me, and that's my dog. And I was lucky to meet wonderful people, both more professionals and other people as well. One of them was Siga Jaimes. She's a designer from Iceland, and back then she designed for the internal design department at IKEA. We had met, and we saw each other every year. So she told me that I could apply to get an internship at IKEA, and it happened. So they chose me, and from Germany I moved. Where else? We have to tell you. What's the next slide? Can't remember. That's right. I'm going back now. At IKEA, well, what I did there, I worked and I gave it my all. But it's true that in 2007 they offered me a position that was what you see in a company in Valencia at Yadro. Back then, Jaime John was the creative designer, and I wanted to go back home. I had spent 6 years abroad, and I went back to Valencia. So I went back to the city, but my mother, with whom I have a very special bond, we are very, very close to each other. She wanted to go live in the countryside and build a home and live out in the countryside. And after my experience in Germany, I was in touch with nature. I mean, I was an urban girl in Valencia, but then in Germany I started eating healthier and organic food, and I was in closer touch with nature. And I decided to join my mother and build my own house in the countryside as well. So we built 2 houses. But suddenly I met this guy here. I mean, he's handsome, he's hot. His name is Moritz, and well, love happened, and many other things as well, because he is my professional partner, so he's half of my studio. He's German, he's an architect. And besides that, we have 2 wonderful kids, and we do everything together. People say that I mean, we never get bored. We always have something to talk about. As I mentioned, we wanted to build a house in the countryside, and what happened? Before it was done, we were so eager to go and live in the countryside that we went there before it was done, so we took a van, Moritz van, a German van. So we started living in that van because we just wanted, we were excited with our project. And this is how I worked for IKEA. Look at this. So I had my laptop there. That's a real picture. So I mean, I'm not lying. This is how I worked. we've laughed quite a lot. I never knew this picture was going to be public someday. But as we built our house, we changed from place to place. This is the kitchen, and this was a room. Well, but I mean, we were passionate about this project, and we wanted to enjoy it. Started in minute one. And what did we build? We built a house with a kind of architecture that's based on sustainable elements. So we had a green roof and cork isolated walls. I don't know, a ton of details I won't mention here, but we also have a chemical-free pool, a natural pool, and let's see, the pictures are great. That's us. We look young and beautiful. And besides that, at home we also have some chickens and an orchard. We're trying to eat what we grow. It's hard, but we try. And our studio and office also home. So everything's mixed. We have a wonderful workshop, which is Maurit's favorite place, and from our workshop, studio / home, we have clients all around the world. Companies such as BSF, Roca, hi Mark, Marcet, hi Javier, and Yadro. And then we also work, and we've done projects for other companies, or smaller companies, but we loved working with them, and we loved the project they were offering, and we got involved with them. And we were just as involved as we were with big corporations. And what's Audi has to do? What does Audi have to do with my life? Well, we haven't had the chance to work with Audi, but it's true that we have a very special link with the brand because it was a matter of conviction, really. In 2006, before my son Otto was born, we bought one of the first hybrid Audis, an A3 e-tron, and it's a different name now, but the name's different now. But my children, it's not working. My children also love it. I mean, we still have it. The car's great, and we're passionate about driving. It's super legal. I mean, it's perfectly legal. We were doing it in a home. I mean, don't think we were out in the motorway or anything like it. And how do we work? Well, we work for, I mean, some clients, one of the most important ones, just because we've been working for them since 2006. So we have quite a long relationship, and we were lucky to design all sorts of products, which allowed us to travel and get to know the plants and suppliers all around the world. We've been to Vietnam, Italy, Poland, China, India, Portugal, Denmark. Because the great thing about this job is that if you're lucky to work for a company with many different products, you can get to know different manufacturing technologies, and that's something that's great for an industrial designer and a product designer. Another example, we've designed everything, bags and also some toilet brushes. It's one of my best sellers. I see it in many restaurants and pubs. And I wanted to talk about this project, Lilangen, my first project with IKEA. I developed it when I was an intern. The project was called the Good Morning Project, which means the Good Morning Project. And interns, well, we were free to work on something that had to do with a bathroom. So the role of designers, as we've seen before, is to try to solve the problems that users might find in their daily lives, and also to provide solutions that don't make our lives harder. In this case, in this Good Morning project, I focused around the sink, and I thought about the things that I didn't like. I didn't like the fact that the glass with the toothbrush and toothpaste fell into the wet side of the sink. So back in 2006, we did not have modern toothbrushes. And so what did we do? I created this step here to make sure that the glass was there and it wouldn't fall. So after doing that, we found this edge, and this edge allowed me to solve other issues that I didn't like. You know, this liquid that's horrible from solid soap. You know that, well, with this object, we avoided that issue, and the soap dries faster. This edge also allowed me to create other products, and so it's true that it's also been very successful. This is from 2006, so things have happened since, and then we walked around different sizes, and because you have to adapt to the needs of different clients in different countries. And well, at IKEA we work for cultures and clients from all around the world. And change topic now. I love animals. We had up to 4 the big ones: Chula, Lola, Yoko, and Socke. Socke is the German one, the blue-eyed one. And as a user of dog products, I always felt that there was a lack of well-designed products that take into account the need of dogs, but also at an affordable price and that were beautiful. So in IKEA, when they decided they wanted to, when they saw that there was a market niche, they called me to walk around this collection. Of course, I'm a dog lover, so they called me. And 2.5 years later, they launched the Lervig collection, and it provided solutions for these issues. In this development, we were lucky to work with a vet to make sure that everything we were going to do was also safe. So this idea of having bells on cats, I mean, it's crazy. It makes cats crazy, just in case you have a cat. So please, no bells. And sorry, I went on a tangent. So which were the things that we designed? This scratcher, and thanks to Velcro, we were able to place it around any of the legs of a table, and it's a tree in which cats can stretch and scratch their nails. And so we also designed this ball that tried to solve the issue that dogs that eat a lot, I mean, and then they vomit and they have aches. So we created this ball with this sphere in the middle, so they ate slowly, and we also added this anti-slip part here, so the ball does not move while they're eating. And we also designed, amongst other things, this cat house. And according to the needs you've got home, you could place it, you could hang it from the wall, or else with these 4 legs, and you could place it anywhere around the house. Or it had the right size to be able to place it in the Kallax library. Kallax library. You're all nodding. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's a classic. Yeah, IKEA. And something else. We also designed many different pet beds, but at IKEA, there's a term. When products are BTI, those are breathtaking items, which is something that, I mean, it's just takes your breath away because it's so cheap. So we designed a BTI, and instead of selling it with the whole thing, we didn't have the inner part of the element. We didn't have the filling, so that way we reduce the price. And to finish with the product, we asked users and pet owners to fill it with their old blankets or clothes or blankets, I don't know, to create this soft pillow. So the animal, through the smell, feels that you're closer to them. That's how designers are. We also designed these other products. It's silly, but it's very important. It has some elastic band, and you can hide the zipper so dogs don't hurt them, and they don't play with the zipper and get hurt. And let's change topics again. So a way to innovate. Design is important, but technology is important as well. And if you can blend design and technology, you get to this project that I'm going to tell you about. It's the design of a lamp. And it's very important because not only did we design a lamp, but a new kind of product, which is much more than designing a lamp. This famous follow me, you're also nodding. That's great, feels great. And it's made by Marcet, and we've got Javier. And this case, well, as I mentioned, the most important thing about this lamp, besides the fact that it's beautiful and super nice, and we developed a new type of product, which are autonomous lamps, wireless lamps. So how did it start? Formally, I asked Marcet for the previous catalogs from the brand because I'm curious and I want to know. I like to know about the roots of the brand, and I found this lamp that was it had this handle. It was very subtle, so I started playing with it. The name of this light was Flash. This is the new Flash. And the new Flash, what did we do with the new Flash? Well, we shipped it. Sorry, I'm a bit messy. So I showed it to Javier, and Javier told me, you know what, instead of using low consumption bulbs, we're going to use LED. In 2013, LEDs were starting to be used in the world of lighting. And I told him, of course, let's do it. But I was afraid a user wouldn't understand how to get to the light. So I placed a glass diffuser, which was a sphere, to make sure that people understood that the light came out of the bulb, although there was no bulb. And this is the prototype that Moritz made in the workshop, and this is the Follow Me lamp.
We presented it in 2014, and after drinking cava at 10 in the morning, I walked around the fair with my lamp, and I wanted to see people's reaction, because there were no wireless lamps in those days, and it was great. It was a fantastic moment. I really liked it. I took it to Milan also in 2014. And just to end, it is a lamp that has brought me satisfaction. It's an innovative product, success, and people enjoy it and they share it with me. And from yesterday, David from the organization shared a story with me saying, look, this is a picture, my children playing with the lamp, and this makes me very, very proud. I love it. I'm running out of time. In this presentation, I've explained the importance of sustainability, innovation, and I wanted to focus on sustainability a little bit more. A project that started out with an interview with El País newspaper, and it was an interview for the magazine of El País. And the question was, what do you need to have in your kitchen? Well, several elements. And this, among other things, bottle of cava. And, this interview was read by the CEO of the company, who sent me 6 bottles and invited me to work for the winery. And the winery was going to be turned into a sustainable winery with wines and cavas being turned into sustainable organic products. And I don't really work in art direction. I was a bit scared at the beginning, but I met them. I got to know the project. I loved it. I asked Silvia Martinez, a friend who's an expert in art direction, and we just went for it. And we started working on the logo, more contemporaneous, more solid. And then we had a look at packaging. We reduced the weight of bottles. If we want to be sustainable, we have to avoid using too much primary material and just reducing our carbon footprint. I don't know if you know that champagnes and cavas come in a bottle that is really heavy so that the consumer knows that it's a good, expensive product. With Dominio de la Vega, cavas are as delicious, but bottles are lighter. They're just, the weight is safe. What else did we do? Well, we focused on the naming. Another important topic to me, but we got this right. We baptized the wines with the name of the partners, Blanco de Maria, Blanco de Roberto, etc. So we have lots of options, lots of partners. With the cava, I'm going to focus on the packaging, more interesting. We also decided to take away all the superfluous elements, and this is sustainability, just keeping the essential. In this case, we reduced the minimum here. When you take the packaging away, you just have the minimum, and you can also recycle. It is pure glass. And also with this metal part, we just the raw only. With the wine, we took away the metal part. You can do this with wines, not on cava. And we also added biodegradable latex to be able to protect the cork, just using minimum necessary elements. And also we minimized the use of cardboard and prints. So, well, this is just to end. I wanted to explain that I'm an industrial designer. I'm very proud to be a designer. And I think that through design, we have the capacity of bringing forward solutions that can help solve the problems that we might have. I would be great to see that in companies to have the figure of designers in every company to make sure that we're going to bring forward solutions to the environmental challenges that we're facing. So thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ima, for sharing your story. Also very inspiring. And we're reaching the end. This is, almost the end. To close the event, I would like to call José Miguel Aparicio. Please come to stage. Big hand for him. Thank you for what you have achieved. Thank you for inviting me. I feel part of this event. I really like it. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your kindness. And well, you're the master of ceremony to close the event. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. We've reached the end. I wanted to share with you a few figures and reflections, and maybe a few messages from our presentations today. First of all, 3 figures. 9,300 people have followed this event on social media. Quite revealing for the type of event. 340 attendees here, not during all day, all presentations. The challenge was to retain the attention and the agendas of people as important as you. and 90 are the certified outlets that have been covering the event. When we see these figures, we can reach the conclusion that it's been great. We've disseminated many ideas, and when things are done with purpose, with passion, with conviction, as Ima was saying, everything makes sense. We've had 12 speakers, 6 international, maximum level, and 6 Spanish speakers, I'd say at the same level. So please, big applause for all the speakers. For the first time in Spain, we had Peter Diamandis in Spain in a presentation, and abundancy, that would be the message. Technology allows us to solve challenges such as energy, health, aging, food. Let's get rid of 20 years. Let's do this. And the contrast, what we see on the news, and the incredible progress of humanity, less illiteracy, less infant mortality, and a question that has to do with mindset, leadership linked to mindset. And we can do this. We're capable of doing it. I wanted, at the beginning of today, I was saying that we need to generate optimism to make this a world of progress so that things move forward in favor of justice and prosperity. We've also had an incredible presentation by Carlo. It's been groundbreaking to talk about mobility in those terms, with those words. When you're questioning some of the main ideas, especially in a place such as this one, mobility as something that is moving forward. We all want freedom. And of course, I remember that street in Amsterdam. I think there's still some issues to solve. When we ask ourselves, why isn't autonomous driving a reality? Well, I think everybody needs to see that video. We're all complex as human beings, and we, of course, have technology and talent. We had Henriette Wenders and Adam Baidawi talking about sustainability. We've seen this exchange, and they've explained how they have specific sustainability objectives. And Adam said that powerful brands have a loudspeaker, meaning that they have to take action responsibly. They can make change happen in society. And, in Audi, we not only work on electric vehicles, but also we have already decarbonized plants. We have solar panels, we reuse water, and I'm going to make sustainability the way forward, the only way forward. Sarah Werner, full of energy, has explained how this innovator started out in a cafeteria with a strong family history, connection, passion, affection, how these feelings, emotions that move us, allow us to make these changes. And without being aware of the importance of what she was doing, she has managed to build something that is creating a true revolution within cosmetics that have always been very traditional and earning money at the same time. It seems that sometimes in Spain we consider that earning money, well, no, but we look at the US and it's different, the mindset. Here, companies have to make money. Sally Uren, connected remotely, has explained the critical success factors to make change happen in mindsets that are then turned into megatrends. This is difficult because as human beings, we love habits. And if we don't have innovation, if we don't push these changes in mindsets, impact doesn't happen. The Audi Creativity Challenge, we've been able to share the experience. Gaita has been building innovation in teenagers for 9 years. We've got the team from the project, Palabras Mayores, so that you've had the explanation firsthand. Young people don't have the prejudices that we have, and they can tackle any challenge. And this has been happening for 9 years, and in Audi Spain, we will continue supporting young people. Eneco, well, he's talked about everything except the kitchen in his restaurant. He's talked about sustainability, health, diets for different diseases, children, education. It's incredible how he conveyed passion and everything that he's doing to change the world. Dimas Jimeno in the afternoon, former president of El Corte Inglés, part of every Spanish people's lives, and he says, well, going against mainstream trends, not everything is digital, and we need to bring experience to customers, and the experience is not going to be substituted by online sales. And from his experience in retail, he talks about enriching ecosystems within all of this. Owen from IDEA has talked about the transformation of companies, how through creativity, innovation, companies can generate significant transformations, and how we all should be using design thinking, thinking as designers. And Cesar Montana, we're all very proud of having him. Audi is a reference in Lightning, and he's been leading Lightning for many years. And we have a vice president in HR that is also a reference. We have chief engineers, we have designers, we have many people in Audi with Spanish passports that are transforming and changing the world. And finally, Ima. When she tells her story, it seems easy. I think Maurice works with her beautifully, and you can see fun, passion. It seems so easy to innovate, to create. Well, in summary, what we want to share with you, can we build a world of progress? Do we have the technology, the tools? We have significant challenges ahead. Sustainability can't wait. Sally was mentioning 8 years deadline maximum to be able to have a significant impact. And as Diamantis was saying, we can see problems or we can see opportunities, because the tools are in our hands. It depends on our mindset. Our future is about mindset. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. And I was forgetting something very important. This event did not organize itself. It has been possible thanks to the work of a team of marketing, Marceau, Panella, the team from advertising, Marta Farrell, Ana Millán, Cristina de Villasio, and the team of communication, Alejandro, Nacho, Olaya. Congratulations to everybody. See you soon.